little switcherooski. I don't know what I'm talking about, but no, I've been trying to keep up with the P Diddy stuff, and I thought it'd be kind of interesting or kind of a good thing to just go through everything. I know a lot of you guys are probably interested in that case. It's a big case going on right now. I wish we could hear it. I really do wish that. Oh, let me make sure. But how is everybody? Oh, and guess what though? So I got this oh, like live already, got the thumbnail, um, you know, put the reminder up and stuff, and then I go downstairs to get my coffee. And guess what's here? The phone calls. I got the phone calls, so I am so anxious now to freaking go listen to them. But no, I'm going to focus on this case and I'll listen to them, and then hopefully by tomorrow we could do a video on some of them. Oh, thanks, Cuffew. Hi, hey, Cicely. Oh, Cicely, I got your message. I haven't done. I'll email you back. I haven't done anything. I'll probably have to. It'll probably have to go. I'll probably have to do. I don't know. I'll get it done. um. Hey, Nosy. No. Well, what I was gonna do is I was just gonna kind of go through some recaps. I found a couple like things where like some of it goes through like Cassie stuff and like some of the questions and answers and just different things. I figured I'd go through it, try to get as much information, talk about as much information about the trial. And then in between that, when I need a little break from talking or reading or whatever, I was gonna play. I don't know if you guys like Nancy Grace, but she has two kind of pretty good uh videos on it. I thought it would be interesting. But first I'm gonna go through like some of the stuff that happened, like direct uh quotes or transcripts from it, from different articles. I was trying to find the actual like document or something of the transcripts where these like long crimes getting them. It's got to be somewhere. I can't find them, so I just found a few different sites that news sites that have bits and pieces of it. So I'll just have to go there, and then if I end up finding how to get the actual transcripts instead of like trying to piece them together from a bunch everybody else, then I'll probably be able to find them. I just haven't had time. I wanted to do it. I wanted to do this live earlier than now, but I wanted to do it kind of early, So I was like, I'll just go with what I have. It'll be fine. Pass that around. I need it. Pass what around? Oh, it's just um, okay. Do I sound loud enough? Because I actually turned it down more than normal. Let me know real quick because I don't want to start the live and it not be loud enough. Is it or not? Is the mic sound right? I know it's lower than normal, but let me know real quick. And remember, I'm gonna do the giveaway pick on the next Wade one, which will probably be tomorrow because if I go through these calls and I have them redacted and ready for tomorrow, it'll be the calls tomorrow. And then what I'm gonna do with the calls is I'm gonna do a live first with the calls. I'm hoping there's like enough to do, I'm sure there's gonna be a few videos I'll have to do on them, like a live first with however I do it, go over it like live with you with my commentary, and then upload right after that pre-record of just the calls. So that's how I think I'm going to do them. Anyway, hey Austin, thank you for coming. Oh, thank you, Lisa. I watched it last night after. Oh, guess what? So I get off the live. Yeah, couldn't sleep. So I decided to wash my hair. So I washed my hair last night. I could not freaking sleep. Sucks. Couldn't even stay awake on the live, right? Tossed and turned. So I ended up taking some melatonin, which I can't take a lot because it interacts with my blood thinner. So I make sure I don't do it too much. Usually I only do it like once or twice a month, but I've done a little bit more this month. But or especially like the week before if I'm going to get my blood tested or whatever. But yeah, so I had to take melatonin and then that finally worked. It's like, dang it. Isn't that crazy though? Because I was not even able to freaking keep my eyes open on the live. So I'm saying it wasn't because I was actually tired. It was because I don't know. It's the stupid narcolepsy. I swear I have it. Hey, Nosy Rosie. Lisa Lynn, 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 Lynn. Oh, I did the right amount too. That was just improv. I didn't even count. I just did it and it did it. But thank you though for saying that about my hair. Hey, Ashley Lou, Marnie, we got Austin in the house, Cicely, Cuff You. What's up, Cuff You? DB Bentley, hey girl. And then we got I only drink my Kool-Aid, which is very smart. Hey, Melissa. And then we have Elena. The feds use our New York courts on purpose because the ah. And thank you. Okay, I think I said hi to everybody. Oh, Maya, I'm scrolling up here. Maya, Maya, hello. And then Susan. Soul, there you are. Hope G, there you are. There's Buffy. Wow, everybody's here. Okay. Wait, Casey's not here. Soul, did you tell Casey? I'm on mute. I'm on mute. What I was saying is I got my fresh coffee. Um, it's half caffeinated because I've been drinking my coffee too fast and I just wanted it for the taste. And then I have my half a cup of older coffee. Not old, but it's not like fresh and hot. Okay. Let's do this. I'm gonna, like I said, it's not gonna be in any particular order. It's just I try to go and find as many like transcripts or what was said, what happened. I mean, it's so. Hey, L. Okay. You know what? I might start with this here. There's this Facebook of somebody that was going that was there or whatever, and he was like, you know how they kind of give like the real time, I think it is. But let's see. I haven't even really read them all. I just kind of I've been listening to a lot of videos on it though. Okay, well, let me get that. We'll start with that. Where is it? Here it is. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna read these out. There's some good stuff where they're talking about what happened. So you guys know the first Cassie Ventura was on the stand for 4 days. So this is Puff Daddy's trial started this week. If you guys aren't familiar, it just started Monday, well, last week, I guess. And you know, they had the opening statements, and then Cassie was the first witness, which was his ex-girlfriend, which is what started this all from her civil suit. So the civil suit like listed all this stuff that um happened like domestically, you know what I'm saying, like abuse and stuff, and but it hinted on like this the trafficking and this thing that was going around, so it kind of like sparked, I think, an investigation. And now he's getting, you know, the racketeering and the trafficking charges and stuff. But like I've been watching a lot of like news stuff where they have like lawyers up, and some people are worried. And the more I listen to what's going on, I know it's only the first witness, but she was a big witness. It's like it does worry me because he's not on trial for the abuse. You know, the reason they're going over the abuse is because to show. So they have like, I think they said 7 tapes of the freak offs or 9 or something of the actual freak offs. And I guess supposedly it'll show like Cassie willingly doing stuff, right? And then of course messages and willingly. But the reason the abuse is important is because it shows like why she's willingly, she doesn't want to get abused. So of course she's going to go along with it because the more she pleases him, the less abuse she gets, right? So it kind of like it is important, but that's not what he's on trial for. So they have to prove that there was like they were non-consensual, and I don't know. It's just gonna be it's just gonna be it's not like a home run, would you say? Like, I don't know. I thought for sure, oh, he's going down. There's three different charges. He's got the trafficking charge, the racketeering charge, and the oh my god, what did they call the other charge? Did I write it down? It's the transportation of transportation purposes of prostitution, something like that. And like the trafficking one and racketeering, the max sentence is life, and then 15 years is the minimum sentence for the trafficking charge. 10 years is the max sentence for the transportation for purposes. Racketeering, I didn't get the minimum of that one yet. But so I don't know. I really do, but I don't know. It's not as, I mean, he's got good lawyers, and it might be more difficult than what we saw. Well, I shouldn't put words in your mouth, but I don't know. There's some people that are a little bit worried, like, gosh, you never know. Okay. Um, when he said his kids will not be, wait. When he said his kids will not be ST or go to see her. Oh, I don't remember what it was called. Huh. All right, let's see here. I do not remember. So it says men are saying they don't know how Cassie's husband can be with her after knowing what she's done. That's because they think sexual violence is the same as sexual intercourse. Wait, this actually is not. I mean, I could read this, but no woman willingly has sex while suffering from mouth sores in a UTI. That's not consent, it's coercion. Cassie wasn't a participant in the freak off. She was a prisoner in plight. So these are just opinions, but hold on, there is ones. You all notice the entire music industry is silent. Okay, so here's some of the question answers. So Ventura, there was a time, so she says, there was a time I couldn't take the pain, tried to walk out in traffic. My husband wouldn't let me. I had trauma therapy. And they ask, did you write? And she says, a book with chapters. My mom helped. They said, what did you want with the book? And she says, that Sean read it. And he said, what pain did Sean put you through? And she says, shame, to carry the things that were shameful for him. I took on a lot of responsibility for that I never should have. He brought the concept to me when I was 22. It was expected of me. I felt terrible. And they said, were you seeing anymore? And she says, my now husband. And he says, what happened next? She says, Sean came to my house and arred me on the living room floor. His eyes were black. It was like taking something from you. And they said, you cried. What did Sean do? And she says, he continued and finished inside of me. Then he got up and left. And they say, did you ever have sex with him again? And she says, yes, voluntarily. We had a good night. I went back to his house. Oh, I guess I should have read this first. Hold on. So this person that posted says, trigger warning yesterday, since the feds took the case, there are no cameras. Cassie testifying. Okay. So yeah, she's saying she did, when they said, do you ever have sex with her again? She said, yes, we had a good night voluntarily. She did. And they went back to the house. And they say, can you explain why you did that after he argued you? And she says, we had been together for 10 years. And she says Sean would put the pills in these might be a little bit out of order, but I guess I could go to his. You know what I should do, guys? Should I just go? This is the Twitter, right? The X. I should go find his, and then they would all be in order. Should I do that instead? Hold on. Why do I do it the stupid way? Hold on a second. I think that'd be better, right? Inner City Press. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let's be smarter than the computer. Oh, silly. Okay. Right though? Am I right? Yes, I saw that. I saw that. I'm gonna find the actual it was on a video I was saw it, but I'm sure if I just Google in his statement. But it was basically saying how he wasn't Diddy's victim, but acknowledging that there was victims. But and then they're like, is that like the first week of trial after like a whole year of everybody talking about Bieber and wonder what's going on? Then he chooses to release the statement the first week of the trial. Is that weird? I don't know. I don't know what the strategy or the motivation or the intent of doing that would be. Like, why the first week? You had a whole year. Like, was there some kind of reason? Can you guys think of any reason he would have done it like that? Inner City Press. Okay, hold on. Okay, where's he at? Okay, there he is. Now let me find the Diddy stuff. I'm not that good with how Twitter or X works, so hopefully I might end up going back to the Facebook if I can't figure it out of how to. Okay. Criminal trial says case is short. Okay. Um. Okay, just give me 1 second, guys. I'll show you. I'm trying to find where it starts. We'll go to that too, but where all the back and forth was. Yeah, I should have found it when I have a video playing. Sorry, guys. I was just planning on reading it on Facebook, but okay, wait here. Here it is. Here we go. I found it. Okay, cool. So wonder where it starts. I guess that starts right there, right? But then it just goes up. I guess. It says Asa Slavic says the defense last night dumped 400 exhibits on us. This cannot continue throughout the course of the trial. And the judge says Miss Estavio, Combs' lawyer, Anna Marie Estavio. We have been, and then, oh, he's asking, hey, and that's the name of Combs' lawyer. And they say, we have been working tirelessly in response to Miss Ventura's testimony. I wonder if, hold on, let me see if there's actually more of his. I'm sorry, guys. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. I just want to make sure. I wish I would have thought of this before I started. So, okay, so look, here's, wow, he's like quoting a lot of it. That's pretty cool. I just want to make sure. Yeah, there's more Ventura. Look, Ventura. So I'm glad I did scroll down. Okay. Here's the exhibit from the trial, the LA hotel security email. Ooh, let's see. So this says, actually, I should save that so I could actually zoom in. Okay, so yeah, look. We could go all the way down. So we're on May 13th. When did the trial start? May 13th. Because that's when I need to scroll down to, because then that'll, yeah, look, Ventura all the way up here. Okay, hold on, guys. Sorry, just be patient. I'm sorry. It's going to be better this way because I feel like we're going to have more, and I wish I would have thought of it before. I would have had it already. Are you guys mad? I want to see when Monday was. So Monday was the 12th. So what is this? The possession of ammunition. Diddy docket. What's this, Judge? U.S. Combs even now. This is the case filing. Okay, so I'm going to save all this for me. And we'll go through that. I don't know know if any of it's going to be interesting to read. All right, so once we get to the 12th, we'll be good to go. I just want to make sure we get it all. See, look. Do you want, okay, now here's the question. Do you want me to go through all of it or just when Ventura starts? Because he's got it like Garagos. Yeah, let's see. Asa. So, wow, he's got like everything. I wish it was like in a document or we could just read it. I'm sure it's somewhere, but I don't know right now. And since I'm live, I can't sit there and take too long to try to find the document. Opening arguments. Okay, so no. All right, let's just start right here. Oh, look. Okay, May 12th. Here we go. We're down to May 12th, and we know it started May 12th. All right, so let me make this bigger. Okay, so I could just kind of go like this instead of, because usually now, like I said, I'm not good with Twitter, so if you click on it, I see. Okay. Okay, so here we go. It says Diddy D-Day, U.S. versus Sean Combs for this morning final jury selection and opening arguments. Here's the scene in front of SDNY courthouse. Vlog comment. So here's the outside of it. Ooh, this is really going to be a good recap. Let's see what he has to say right here.
Jury selection was last week, and it was supposed to have, they were actually supposed to make the picks on Wednesday. Then it got pushed to Friday, which we also covered. And they did discuss videos and witnesses, but they did not pick the jury. Somehow it was decided to do it this morning before opening argument. So it's supposed to be at 8:30. This is being shot right around 8 a.m. And we'll just have to see. We'll begin with Diddy and we'll end with Diddy over by the courthouse in just 2 minutes from now, more or less. White women, as described by delay, after a team of, I believe, 9 lawyers has been assembled for Sean Combs. And of course, there's the lineup, the so-called 6-pack of white women, as described by Mark Garagos, who's not one of the listed members of the team, but was in the courtroom during jury selection. He's now, I believe, out in California on the Menendez brothers, so it appears. But he was there. After all of this, it began. So we'll get back to that. But there are, of course, other cases, I'm glad to say.
The crazy thing is I like Mark Garagos, but like when I find out like he was Combs' lawyer, I don't know if he's still active, but I know he was part of it somehow, sometimes. It makes me be like, but it's like I know he's doing his job. He's a defense lawyer. I mean, that's his job. So it's like you can't really judge him because even if they think the person's guilty or not, that's their job, unfortunately.
One has to do with Robert Menendez, Bob Menendez, Senator Goldbar Bob Menendez. Goldbar Bob Menendez was convicted at trial in this very same courthouse in the SDNY.
I'm going to skip through this.
Returning himself into jail, self-surrender. Fokin doesn't want to come to the U.S., thinking he might be arrested.
All right.
Even with a safe.
All right, let's scroll up here. Okay, so Sean Combs to final jury selection and opening arguments. Okay, then we have glad to see it's getting out there. Here's Judge Subramanian. He's still not entering the courtroom. Okay, while Agnifilo predicted if the preemptory challenge process began at 8:30 a.m., it would never be over till it would be over in 10 or 15 minutes. It's not okay. Let's skip through. It says both sides cited the Maxwell criminal trial here for precedent to try to keep things sealed and confidential. We'll see if they live up to the standards. I'll try to compare, having covered U.S. versus Maxwell. And then here's our jurors, 2, 5, 25, 28, and then he lists them all. It says Agnifilo, I don't know how to say his name, sorry. The U.S. struck 7 black people, which amounts to a pattern. Judge, an application has been made under Batson, Ms. Comey. And then Asa Comey says, we are neutral. So this is their talking back and forth. What is the word? The word. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Combs Agnifilo says, I note that the government has struck 7 black people out of 9 strikes. And judge says, I'll give you a change to raise that. Maybe I'll give you a chance to raise that. But let's continue. And Agnifilo says, worst strike 307. Okay. And then Sean Combs' lawyer challenged prosecutors' selection of jurors, saying that 7 of their 9 strikes were of Black people. Also, Comey proffered reasons, and the judge updated the jury selection. Inner City Press Live tweeted below. Openings next. And then if you guys want to check out his book, I guess Inner City Press wrote a book. And then it says 100% is higher number. I'm just reporting as much as I can, if like and can. Okay. I'll have to check that out. I don't even know how that works here. Okay, so it says you should see the number of TV cameras outside the courthouse. ASA. So remember, ALSA is it's one of Combs's attorneys. Says he had a business, Bad Boys Records, that made him right. He relied on his bodyguards, chief of staff, who ran all aspects of his life. The group promoted his power. His bodyguards kidnapped an employee and set a car on fire, dangled a person. Wait, also, I thought it was. Didn't they say it was his? Hold on, you guys. Oh my God, I sound like an idiot because I don't know the names of all his lawyers. Do you guys? I know, because I got to know, because a lot of that, when they're going back and forth, to know who AUSA is. What does that stand for? Okay, let's see. Maybe it stands for something. So Mark Agnifilo is one of Combs's lawyers. But what is this Comey? It was Comey, it was Asa Comey, whatever that. I think they said it was his though, right? Tenny Garagos is another one of his lawyers. So Asa must just stand for something. I feel like an idiot because I don't know what it stands for. Let's see, hold on. Meet the judge and the lawyers. You know what? Hold on. I should, before we go through this, I should send this to myself and you guys could see what I'm seeing real quick. I don't know why I don't just look it up on my computer. Watch. Hold on. Let's do it that way. And then we could do it together. Because I don't even know the names of his lawyers. I'm kind of learning here this week, trying to keep up with what's going on in it. And I just haven't learned the names yet. Okay. So it says, meet the judges and lawyers at the center of Diddy's. Oh, great. Should I do it? Hold on, you guys. Let me put my email that. No, I don't want to put that one. Let me put. Okay, I'll just hopefully go to article. It's worth it. It didn't cost anything. Okay. It's just what it's gonna cost me is 50 million emails a day, but oh well. Okay, it says, meet the judge and lawyers at the center of Diddy case. The American courtroom sometimes feels like a theatrical stage in that vein, consider this guide to some of Diddy's trial cast members. Okay, so let's see. Right here, Sean Diddy Combs' attorney, Mark Agnifilo, and Tenny, this is Tenny, I know that, Garagos, arrive at Manhattan Federal Court on October 10th, 2024. Okay, so we got Judge Arun Subramanian, but I'm just going to call him Judge. It says Friday hearing that he will allow graphic surveillance video of Diddy attacking his ex-girlfriend, R&B singer Cassie. Los Angeles hotel to be shown during the trial. Adam Rice reported from the courtroom. And then you have Diddy's former chief of staff is Christina Coram, stood by his side for years. Then you have at least 3 civil suits alleged she helped cover up his behavior, though she hasn't been charged with any crimes. Let's see. Prosecutors are expected to call an expert witness named Don Hughes. She's a forensic psychologist who played a role in the high-profile legal sagas, and then including the 21 prosecution of R. Kelly. Okay. All right, let me just go to, I'm trying to figure out who the prosecutors are so we know their names. So here's judge. Okay, cool. I couldn't picture I didn't know what the judge looked like. So here's the judge. Okay. Arun. Been on federal bench for about 2 years. He was nominated to the U.S. District Court by then President Joe Biden in 2022. All right. Diddy's lead attorneys are no strangers to high-profile cases. Mark Anthony Agnifilo, a veteran criminal defense lawyer, previously represented NXIVM's sex cult leader Keith Raniere, former Goldman Sachs banker Roger Ng, former International Monetary Fund chief Dominique Strauss-Kahn, and farmer bro Martin Shkreli. Agnifilo will be joined by Tenny Garagos, one of the partners at his firm. She is particularly experienced in defending and investigating allegations of sexual misconduct. The firm website says she is also the daughter of famed defense lawyer Mark Garagos. I was wondering that, dude. When they kept saying Garagos, I was thinking Mark, but then they said she. But they said Mark was there, right? And then I was like, wonder if that's his daughter. It is. Wow. Okay. And then the court docket lists 5 other attorneys on Diddy's side. Alexandra Shapiro and Brian Steele. Steele, who recently joined the defense team, represented rapper Young Thug in Georgia's longest-running criminal trial. The same docket lists 8 lawyers for the federal government. Okay. We have 5 of whom are designated as leaders for the prosecution. They include Emily Ann Johnson, Madison Reddick Smizer, Mary Christine Slavic, and Meredith Foster, and Mitzi Steiner. The prosecution's side features Maureen Ryan Comey. Well, there's Comey, but what does the AUSA stand for? Because they say, what would that stand for? Because there's like a lot, I saw they would say like Asa Comey. Does anybody know what that stands for? So it's not the name of the lawyer. I was wondering because it was all capital. I'm like, what? American, wait, wait, American United States Attorney? I don't know, maybe. Wait, that's too much America, United States. I don't know. Association, I don't know. Assistant U.S. Attorney. Thank you. Now I feel stupid. Oh, okay. So thank you. Hey, I tried. All right, cool. So that's what we know. When they say that, we just know it's on the state side, or I should say government or US side or whatever. So that's all we need to know. Okay, cool. All right, well, I'm going to keep this up on the side just in case to come back to it if we need it. All right, let's do this now. We know. Okay, so now we know ASA is the state, the federal government or whatever you want to say. I know it's not state, but it kind of, you know what I mean, the prosecution. Okay, so they said he had a business, Bad Boy Records. That makes more sense. Okay. That made him right. He relied on his bodyguards, chiefs of staff who ran all the aspects of his life. The group promoted his power. His bodyguards kidnapped an employee and set a car on fire, dangled a person. Okay. And then they also said he told Cassie he could release video of her having sex with male escorts. He broke into a man's house and beat and blackmailed his girlfriend. These are not his only crimes. Cassie is not the only woman he beat and sexually exploited. 20 years of crimes. Oh, look at this. Somebody says, I should add that the reason Inner City Press is able to tweet so much is that he's not tied to a news org that expects him to write daily stories and update the editors, etc. He's totally independent and relies on reader support to keep going. Try to support him if you can. Yeah, guys, go support. I'll follow him. I don't really use Twitter that much except for my cases, I guess. But yeah, because that's awesome though. So we know we're getting There's nobody behind him trying to, just independent. Okay. Says, thanks, Megan. Though not required, I still write daily stories, 10 a day, about SDNY with extras like on X for subscribers. Okay, so then the state says, or the prosecution says, you will hear from the employee he forced into an SUV with a gun and from a chef. They worked punishing hours, at times without sleep. They bought drugs for him. Now, remember, this is what's going on in the court here. Like, this is the quote, this is what they're saying, right? So this prosecutor's saying, at times without sleep, they bought drugs for him. They were expected to keep quiet. Some of these witnesses have already received settlements. Cassie and Jane will tell you of the most painful experiences of their lives. This is probably opening statements, I bet, right? Quotes from opening statements. They'll tell you the most painful experiences of their lives. You'll hear from some of the defendant's employees, including his personal assistant, Mia, who he essayed. She is grappling with it. And then Tenny Garagos, his lawyer, says, Cassie will tell you about the jealousy of Kim Porter. Then Gina, the day of the hotel hallway, jealousy was on display. Violence by the elevator bank 10 years ago. You will see it later today. What Combs did is indefensible. Same person here says Combs with the Kim Porter, or it says Combs with Kim Porter, the mother of his 4 children. He continued with her until her death of pneumonia. Yeah, that's suspicious. There's some people think that that's not quite. Anyway, in 2018, his fights with Cassie were about cheating. It was a toxic relationship. They loved each other. And then she says, you are not here to impose your morality on this man. If you listen, you will find him not guilty of these crimes. Thank you. And then she says, this was no conspiracy. He was paying different men for their time and experience. P actors get paid. Hulkamania, Cowboys for Angels. You can pay money for time and experience. That is what Sean Combs was doing. Okay. And then it says, thanks for, I have a little time to rest finger. Okay. Because they say, wow, great job. These are some quick fingers. Okay. I'll be on the listen for, somebody says, please let us know if Steele says C as in Colette at all in the trial. Thank you. I'll be on the listen for it. Was interested that it was Steele and not Alexandra Shapiro making the evidentiary objection just before the break. And then somebody says, sent you a coffee after lunch. He says, thank you. Okay. Thanks. So I'm not sure I'll have lunch or coffee. I just came to check. The SDNY Magistrate Court, there's a defendant MDC tan jail uniform, his federal defender, but still no judge. Stories later. Okay. The opening statements around 12:20 later this afternoon. The first witness. Okay. Vlog 2. Yeah, because that was for the jury stuff, huh? Okay, sorry, I think that's because they were doing, so weren't they still doing, wait, no. Because look. I don't know. Because I was thinking, I thought when I was reading it sounded like they were saying they finished the jury selection and then did the opening statements, but they wouldn't do that, right? I don't know. It don't matter. I just want to get to the testimonies. All right. So this prosecution says, what did you tell them? And Flores says, that is they are arguing they'd have to take it back to these room and that the broke the vase could be charged to the room. Cassie said she wanted her phone in her bag. And where did that go? Oh, prosecution said, what did you see on the 6th floor? She says, Mr. Combs in a towel and some like colored socks. He's a rapper producer, and Cassie on the floor. I think that was a person that works at the hotel, right? And this prosecution says, let me show you photos. Combs in a tuxedo and in a separate photo, Cassie smiling. And then the prosecution says, when he offered you money, what did he say? And Flores says that he didn't want anyone to know about it, pretty much. And prosecution says, which way Mr. Combs is dragging Cassie. Like, which way was she dragging him? And she says, back toward the room. And prosecution says nothing further. And then Steele says it can be embarrassing for a guest. State says objection. Judge says sustained. Wait. Who's so Steele is one of the who Brian Steele. I'm glad this is why I wanted this to go back. Okay, he's one of Diddy's attorneys. Okay. So he said he made a remark saying it can be embarrassing for a guest because after she says about the photos. Okay, so it could be embarrassing. Oh, right here. Dragging Cassie. He didn't want anyone to know about it pretty much. And then, yeah, he makes a little comment. It could be embarrassing for a guest. And the prosecution says objection, and judge sustains it. And then his lawyer, Diddy's lawyer, says, one moment, nothing further. Oh, he went up to cross. Never mind. Oh, but he just started that. It could be embarrassing for a guest. Okay. I thought he just said like a little comment, but that's not. Oh, are you confused? I think it'll be getting better. It's just because it started off a little rough. And plus I have other things to read too. I wasn't see on the Facebook, there was probably only like maybe like 20 screenshots I was gonna read. So but I just thought, ooh, I could get it all. So I have other stuff, but do you guys not like this? Or you guys want me to read this? I kind of like this because it's showing exactly what happened. Wait, it says, if you are confused about why the lack of arrest and more severe, you need to understand what it means to have Comey. Oh, what do you mean? Okay, so they were. That's what it sounded like. But I'm like, dude, that's crazy. I never would have thought they would do the jury selection and then those people that make it, like they don't even they're going into it not even knowing, and then all of a sudden they're doing opening statements. That's crazy. Okay, yeah, I believe you because it does. That's what he sounded. I mean, that's what he was saying, and it was confusing. Like maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but okay. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, so yeah, there's objection sustained, and then he says nothing further. So he didn't really cross Flores. And then judge redirect, and the prosecution says, did you typically include every single detail in a report? Flores says no. They said, did he seem drunk or high? She says no. Or he, I don't even know if Flores is a guy or girl. So here's Comey right here. Prosecution Comey says, what next? And male dancer said, he said, are you all ready to continue? Prosecution said, did you try? And he says, I don't recall. And they said, did you see them again? And the dancer says, I thought I had developed some sort of friendship with Cassie. I may have been speculating. And Comey says, what was Mr. Combs saying as he met Cassie? And the male dancer says, he said, bitch, when I tell you come over, you come over. I didn't know what to do. And Comey says, did you intervene? And the dancer says, no, I knew that the changes there were bodyguards. And then objection, and they sustained the objections. They didn't let him finish it. And now we got inner city press com. Says, meanwhile, at the courthouse here, it says unsealing of indictment charging is a different charge. So he's just saying what else is going, a different case, right? AKA 90 was committing multiple violent crimes in aid of racketeering. Okay, yeah, wow. Okay, so then we have, I'm anxious to get to the back and forth of Cassie here. Okay. Jury's gone. Judge says, Mr. Phillip, no conversations with the government. And the prosecution says, agents are providing him with protection and transport, if that's okay. Sidebar. Huh. So wait, judge says no talk with your lawyer. I think that's a different. Oh yeah, this is the other case. Sorry, I know it is confusing because he's talking about different ones too sometimes. But here we go. It'll get. I think it'll get better once. Diddy debate. Sean Combs' trial begins with male dancer on Cassie being beaten and the LA hotel guard on shooting his own video story. So that's what they started with. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Now US versus Sean Combs final jury selection, then opening arguments. Okay. Which we could go over the opening arguments too, but I kind of wanted to go through this stuff first and then if we have time. So then after that, they have the male dancer, and then we know Flores, the hotel guard, and then it's Cassie. I think how it goes. Okay, and then we have Sean Combs trial began. Talk of freak off video. Now lawyer for Cassie seeks sealing of video, even to proposed press pool of 3 inner city press story. Diddy docket sealing saw it. Sean Combs trial began. Talk of freak off video. Now lawyer for Cassie. Okay, so they seal it, and then late on May 12th, the lawyer for Cassie opposed any public press views of the video exhibits letter here. Okay. Is that gonna, oh, I'm gonna skip some of this. Okay. So here it is right here, right? Is it, well, Diddy docket delayed. The prosecutors filed this under seal 4 weeks ago, and only tonight at midnight put it in the public docket. Wow. What? Defense request, victim 4 rule subpoena. So it's the government in receipt of the defendant's April 15th, 2025 request for rule subpoena for the materials victim 4 and respectfully request to respond by Friday, April 18th. In making this request, the government notes that the proposed subpoena is inconsistent with the guidance provided by the court at the press conference on April 14th. At the conference, the court advised defense counsel that a broad request for materials from victim 4 would present issues and that counsel should therefore be rifle shot about what you're asking for and point to specific items of relevance that you believe exist and have not been turned over and are not in Mr. Combs's possession, and confer with the government to see if they can assist in any way in getting you to access to some of those materials. Despite this clear guidance, the defendant made no attempt to confer with the government, instead submitting a broad request that on its face is the exact kind of general fishing expedition prohibited by Rule 17, denying broad proposed Rule 17. The defendant was engaging in a fishing expedition. As a result, the government respectfully seeks an opportunity to respond prior to the issuance of any subpoena. Okay. And then this is, I would expect they keep filing documents even now after midnight, things the prosecutors kept entirely under seal until just now, like this one. Here's the email. So the Honorable Judge, Arun. So dear Judge, this is from, let's see who it's from. I don't know. It says, Dear Judge, the government respectfully writes, in response to the court's April 22nd order seeking additional information regarding the risk of harm to victim 4, were she to testify under her own name. Those harms, which are detailed in a declaration from her counsel attached here too as Exhibit A, are numerous and more than sufficient to warrant a pseudonym. So they want to keep her anonymous, huh? Here, I'll bring this up so I could zoom in for you guys if you want to read it with me. So it says the victim 4 wishes to testify under a pseudonym. The risk of harm to victim 4, otherwise including psychological, emotional, professional harms of publicly talking about blank, more than justify the use of a pseudonym. Allowing use of a pseudonym where victims faced likely adverse personal, professional, and psychological consequences of public linking their identities to their past experiences. Victim 4 also fears harassment, and there's some redaction. It is quite reasonable to think that the harassment will increase exponentially if she testified under her true name, especially with the press coverage this case has garnered. Okay, finding that in light of the explicit nature of the conduct that the witnesses will be testifying about, and the court has determined that the witnesses' fear of harassment and reprisals by the media and others is legitimate. The court should therefore allow victim 4 to testify under a pseudonym. The defendant cites no cases in the circuit denying pseudonyms for victim witnesses. Government pseudonyms, collecting cases in which pseudonyms were permitted and redacted, does not, as the defendant suggests, serve as a waiver of her application for a pseudonym or her rights as a victim to be protected and treated with fairness and respect under crime victims' rights. Victim 4 has never spoken publicly about the sensitive topics that she will cover in her testimony. And this is indeed before, and then the rest I can't see. Huh. Yeah, I think they should be able to do that, right? Okay. And then it says May 13, after LAPD, a male dancer still on cross. Okay. And then we got prosecution Johnson says, in my initial examination, I will ask about post 2018, but only about devices. And judge says, Miss Geragos, and Combs says, Combs, Tenney, Geragos. Okay. And Miss Geragos says, that's okay. And judge says, we'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. So then prosecution Johnson says, I'm not allowed, or I'm not sure how Mr. Fine's testimony would be relevant. And judge says, Ms. Geragos, and she says, give me 15 seconds. If he wants to come into the courtroom today, but we ask that he will be excluded when the testimony gets into post 2018. Okay. And then this says, meanwhile, Rikers Island order just out. The court will appoint Wait, this is a different case, right? Says the court will appoint an independent Nunez remediation manager who will report only to the court to cure defendants' contempt and ongoing violations of the rights of people in custody in the city. Yeah, this is not about that. Okay. Diddy docket. Jane Doe must give name. Sean Combs was sued for R in Hotel Rio by Doe pseudonym. Denied name by May 20 intercity press story. Doe must give name. Okay, so, and this is on May 13th. It was ordered that plaintiff shall file a de-anonymized version of the complaint no later than May 20th. Wow. So she can't be this person has to give her name, like have a, what? Okay. Are you guys liking this or no? Why do I feel like, I know it started off right, but it's going good, right? Okay. So prosecution said, where did you live in LA? In Ventura. So now we're at Cassie. Good. Okay, so she says where she lived, and they say, how tall was the building? She says, no more than 17 floors. And the prosecution says, where did Sean live? And she says, 200 South Mapleton. Sean would use a golf cart to get back and forth. And they say, did you see other men? She says, yes. Did Sean see other women? And she says, yes, he said. Yes, he said, I am Puff Daddy. I was insanely jealous. Wait, so she saw other women and then he saw, okay. And this prosecution said, did you move to LA with him? And she says, yes. He wanted to be close to his kids who were there. Okay, now an arraignment of contraband in the courthouse case. Judge, yes, it is getting confusing because he's going to a few different ones. Okay. Yeah, all right, we'll skip those. Okay. Takashi, he can't, he says, I cover the gang trial and Takashi's 6'9" or whatever. Huh. Yeah, I guess there's is it a meme or whatever you call it, where it shows him and what does it say? Because he's in the same jail as Sean or Puff Daddy. Okay. So prosecution says, wait, I have a question, you guys. Do you think it goes this, then this? Because I'm reading it like this is separate than this, right? But I don't know. How old were you? She says 22. And the prosecution says, why did you agree to a freak off? And she said, good question. I wanted to make him happy. And the prosecution said, where was the first freak off? And she says, one of his homes in Los Angeles. And the lawyer says, 2A627, who is this? And she says, the first escort. And then she says, another time I saw them get dressed and grab guns and leave in an SUV. So that's just jumping in. Not sure. But prosecution says, how long were they gone? She said 30 to 40 minutes. Prosecution says, let me switch topics. How soon into the relationship did Sean mention voyeurism to you? She says the first 6 months or a year. And then she says, it was obvious I didn't want to be on the ground being urinated on by two men. And this prosecution says, where did you find escort? She said, initially Craigslist. Yeah. So that was another thing I heard from, people that were there, videos, like news clips where there was a thing where it showed, I think her text and maybe a video, I don't know, but it showed like that she's, supposedly wanted to be urinated on, but it was like, no, can't. I think that's why they're like stressing the abuse and manipulation because, yeah, maybe it appeared to it because she was so scared she went along with them. So she could have, let me pretend because that's what he wants. It'll make him happy. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully the jury could see that stuff. Oh, so somebody says, did he do it? New paperback now, audiobook. Okay. Against Sean Combs. Yeah, so here's Mark. Coast to Coast Garagos. While Tenny Garagos represents Sean, right now Mark's speaking at courthouse in LA about the Menendez brothers. He was an SDNY for jury selection, was admonished for calling prosecutors a six-pack of white women. What? Wow. Did he? Oh, I already read that. Okay. Did he docket and on autopilot while judge is presiding over the direct examination of Cassie right now? He docketed this order about motion to quash the subpoena issued to Clayton Howard. Will be docketed after parties confer over redactions. Wow. Let's see. The court is in receipt of a motion to quash subpoena issued to Clayton. That motion and Combs' response to the motion will be docketed after the parties meet. Okay. No later than May 16th, Howard should provide the subpoena material to the court in camera view. Okay. That one's not. All right. So prosecutor, remember, he's talking to Cassie. What happened next? She says, I got to the elevator. Next thing I knew, I was thrown to the ground. And they say, who threw you down? And she says, he grabbed me, or Sean, he grabbed me by my neck and my hoodie. And the prosecutor says, let me show you a video. Oh, so I think it does go this and this. Okay. Prosecutor said, did you ever leave a freak off before it was over? Cassie says, yes, at the Century City Intercontinental. I finally had a premiere coming up and I didn't want to mess it up, but Sean hit me. Prosecutor says, at what point did Sean hit you? She says, between sessions. Sorry, that's why it makes sense. And that's when he says, what happened next? Okay. I'm sorry. Remember, he could miss some stuff too because he's just trying to catch it all. Okay, so then they show the video, which if it comes up in this, we could play it. If not, I'll wait till I'm done and then I could play. I'm sure we've all seen the video, right? It's horrible. Oh. Okay, so Maximum Maxwell, the narrow prosecution from UN collusion to 5 guilty. All right, with jury gone, judge says, what about poll reporters seeing the videos? Prosecution says, we oppose that. And Jane does too. Judge says, I'm provisionally denying any poll viewing. That's my reading of Maxwell. Maximum Maxwell books. Okay. Huh. We'll break for the day, Judge says, if we can. Or sorry, that was him. Okay, what jury are you on? All right. Says May 13th. Cassie on deck after cross of escort Philip. All right. Well, we already did that. Is that how it's working out? Wait, I have a question. Does it start like where I go to the whole beginning of the day and go down? That's how it's doing it, huh? See, I don't know how Twitter works, you guys. So I have to go tell me if I'm wrong, but now that I'm realizing I think that's how it goes. So if I have to go all the way up to the beginning of the day, right? I think I really do now that I see. Let me see something. Because I was wondering why some of them didn't make sense, but I think I should have been all the way up there. Hold on. You guys don't give up on me here. And then, I mean, this will be done. And I feel like I'm already I'm doubting, like, should I have done something else, like my other stuff? Because I feel like I'm losing y'all. All right, let me see. Remind me, this is where I left off in case if I'm wrong. I'm going to try to scroll all the way up to the beginning of this day. I don't know why I think maybe that's how it goes. Wait, where? Says in Sean Combs' trial, as Cassie describes Freakoff, she and Mia went to speak with lawyers during their cross examinations. Huh. Opposed to Combs says on May 13th that U.S. opposed Combs' request that victim witnesses not be allowed to speak with their lawyers during filing here. USA opposed Combs' request. So Combs is trying to say they're not allowed to talk with their lawyers. Okay, and he opposed it. Okay. I don't know though if I should go all the way up. Says, what's your prediction? Do you think Cassie will be grilled to the point that she'll crack under the grilling by the defense? Do you think Diddy will be found guilty of the RICO charges? All right. All right, hold on. Says vlog 14, Sean Combs, can Cassie confer with counsel during cross? Day 2 with extra. Okay, let's see. Combs, Anna Marie Estavio says, we are making several change of text messages. They had these documents in their possession for 8 months before we got them. Judge says, we are here. We were told wait, see, it starts right here, right? Hold on one second. I want to see if that's how this goes. Just hold on a second. I want to see if I scroll all the way up, if it's, hold on one second. Hold on, I just want to see how this is working. I'm just trying to see if I should go all up farther, right? I still don't know how this works. Okay. Like to May 13th. Oh, that's May 14th. Okay. Just give me 1 minute. If I could catch like one thing that there would be like one thing that I would need to show how it is. I don't know how to explain what I'm talking about, but why do I think? Yeah. Okay. Let's just try it this way. This is the beginning of May 14th. I don't know. I was trying to ask if anybody knows if that's how it is, and I don't know how it works. Okay. I'm just gonna go all the way up to the beginning of the day and scroll down and see if it makes more sense. Okay. It is kind of confusing because he's freaking he's following too many different things. So it's like, okay. So May 14th, Sean Combs trial. Cassie Ventura ends direct with Kid Cudi car arson in R. Now sealed session. Inner City Press Store. Cassie's still on direct. I think this is the right way now. Press is covering the trial with extras. Okay. And then, okay. So judge says, we could do it in the robing room. Prosecutor says the defendant would have to be present. Judge says, so in the courtroom. Prosecutor says counsel for victim 1 would like to be heard. And judge says, I see his hand, Mr. Wigder. And Wigder says, we are entitled to notice. Oh, he says, I see his hand, Mr. Wigder. He's asking him. He says, Mr. Wigder says, we are entitled to notice. Wait, who's Mr. Wigder, though? Let's see if we could. Wigder. That one might not be on here. Oh, that's why. Wigder is Cassie's lawyer, probably, I bet. Wigder says we are entitled to notice. Judge says, so tomorrow morning, adjourned, story coming with extra. Okay. I think I was wrong, though. Oh, well. So the prosecution says, prosecution Comey, we believe we had agreed that the other sexual acts by the witnesses were not admissible, but we understand they intend to cross-examine her about other relationships with texts about sex, about Miss Ventura's effing someone else. Why is that necessary? Prosecution says, I don't want to read these things into record, so I'll hand copies up. A judge does defense, and the defense says, these are messages about jealousy in the vocabulary of, are you effing that person? That's fair game. This is the real world way people express hurt. This is the real world people express hurt. And the prosecution says, were these all the times he beat you? And Ventura says, no, there were more. And prosecutor says, with who else did you see Sean be violent? And Cassie says, I saw him drag an assistant out of bed. I saw him punch Eli in his head. One time in Turks Caicos, he dragged a person. I believe we had a freak off in Turks. And the prosecutor says, what floor did you live on in 875 Comstock? Ventura says 17th floor. And prosecution said, did a friend stay with you? She says, yes. Sean came and held her and threw her on the patio furniture out on the balcony. And Cassie says, I was on the floor of the car and he stomped on my face. Prosecutor said, how long did that last? And she says, 10 minutes. Then I tried to get away, but Sean's security brought me back. And this prosecution said, who? And she says, Roger Bonds. And they say, what did they tell me? And she says, to go to a hotel. I'm sure, what did they tell you? To go to a hotel. And she says, they snuck me into the hotel, covered up so no one could see my face. And this prosecution says, how long were you at the London hotel? She said, a week, a little more. An assistant brought me ice cream. And they said, what was the assistant's names? And she says, Genevieve. And she says, Sean wanted to have a freak off in the Hamptons. We got a hotel and an escort. Which one? Dave. I took GHB. I went into a G hole and blacked out. I woke up nude in the shower. Dave and Sean were freaking out. I bugged out. It wasn't pretty. And the prosecution says, then one. She says, I spoke to a friend of Sean's and then we had a freak off. And they say, what's this? And she says, my eyebrow healed up a little bit. A week later, I have a permanent scar on my eyebrow. And the prosecution says, what's this? And she says, me at the Cannes Festival. And says, now amid the second day of Cassie Ventura's direct testimony, here's an exhibit from the trial, LA hotel security email. Let's see, I downloaded it. So let's bring it up like this so then I can just zoom in and see if this is interesting. So it says, greetings. This is from security to Bill. I don't know. Hold on. Today, March 5th, 2016, approximately 11:14 a.m., I received a call from Instant Services, Wanda, stating that she had just gotten distress call from 6th floor. I then looked at the cameras to familiar with the situation up on the floor. All I saw before I took off immediately was a male, black, wearing only a towel, walking back and forth. I arrived at the scene at 11:15 a.m. I noticed that the black male was rapper Sean Combs, aka P. Diddy. I observed Mr. Combs sitting down on the far left chair of the 6th floor, and a female who was closer to the hallway, later identified as CC by Mr. Combs. I saw the damage that had been done and I began to diffuse the situation by advising Mr. Combs to understand his status and the safety and concerns of our guests. He began yelling at Miss Cece, and I advised both of them to separate from each other, that it wasn't convenient for both of them to continue this, especially in the hallway and in a towel. I then proceeded to advise him to return back to his room. Mr. Combs began to offer me a bribe. He said, you take care of this. I got you. Let's go to my room. I then responded with, sir, I know who you are, while extending my arm to him to shake his hand, and said, all I ask for respect for the guest and myself. So do me a favor and let's return you to your room. He got up and began to walk to his room. Sorry. So he began to walk to his room. As we made our way down the north hallway, Miss Cece was behind us coming from the south hallway. Mr. Combs noticed her while turning back and began to raise his voice. I then told him that if he didn't respect the guest, then he would be escorted out of the property. We walked over to his room, 602, and when he went inside, and Miss Cece was told to leave by Mr. Combs, so she did just that. Mr. Combs opens the door and brought out a currency band wrapped around $100 bills and told me again, thank you, and said, you take care of this, and I take care of you. I declined the money and told Mr. Combs that all we needed was for him to stay in his room until checkout, which is today. I left the scene at 11:25 a.m. I took the elevator down and I saw Miss CC and advised her that I did not want him to see her, so I walked her over to the valet office until her ride got there. I asked her that we would need some information from her to stand by. I then walked over to a Maud Addie's office and advised him of the situation, that I needed him present. We then walked over to Miss C, and she was unable to locate. We then went up to the 6th floor and took some pictures of the guest lobby, elevator, landing, and made our way to guest room 602. Maud Addie wanted to introduce himself and let him know of the hotel rules and to advise him that the damages would be charged to his room. When Mr. Combs came out, he was about to start yelling, still on his towel, but Maud Addie and I stopped him before he did and advised him that we were not there to make it bigger than it already was. He saw Maud Addie holding his phone, and he automatically assumed he was being recorded. So he grabbed his hand and then grabbed his hand and told him to back off, and took his hand away from Maud. He was then told No one was recording him. Wow. And then the safety and the privacy of the guest is important to the hotel. And if he tried to do something, that he would get kicked out and is escorted out of the property by LAPD. He calmed himself down and apologized and stated, "It's just that I don't want to lose anything and I can lose it all." We then reassured him that all we need him was to calm down and not have any more scenes from that time until his checkout time. We then left the scene and resume normal operations. Note, we will be conducting extra patrols until his checkout, in which we will be taking pictures of how the room is left at this moment. Here are the pictures that Mod 80 at A took of the guest lobby. Please stand by until we have all pictures. Mr. Combs has not checked out. Huh, okay, that's interesting. All right, and then we have Cassie says, Sean wanted to have. Oh, I'm going down. I forgot. Forgot I was doing it this way. Okay, so Cassie says, we called him Tommy. And this prosecution says, who's this? And she says, I know him as Greg, an escort Miami. And the prosecution says, who's this? And she says, Jonathan, we saw him in Miami. And they say, who's this? So she's asking different people. And it was this person had a red baseball cap backwards, and she says, I don't know, he looks familiar from the freak offs. And they say, what did you write here? And she says, this is all we do. I'm just getting back on track. I'm sure you can call Kim or something. And the state says, what did you mean by this is all we do? Wow, so she's like saying Kim Porter, right? His ex, like she's saying, this is all we do. I'm just getting back on track. I'm sure you can call Kim or something. Like, almost, isn't that sound like almost like she's saying, like, I don't want to do these freak offs anymore? I don't know. And then, okay, the prosecution says, what did you mean by this is all we do? And she says, freak offs. And the prosecution says, the defense has sent us a zip file of text messages. We're reviewing them before raising it. And the judge says, I appreciate that. And this prosecution, Comey, says the defense has still not shown us exhibits they may use in the cross-examination of Miss Ventura. We are worried this will continue. Oh, sorry. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh my God. Of course I screwed it up. No, it won't be that big of a deal. Whoa. Oh, cool. Okay. That was easy. Okay. So then she says, we're worried it will continue. Okay, so Combs, Anna Maria Stavio. So his lawyer says, we are marking several chains of text messages. They had these documents in their possession for 8 months before we got them. Wow, so they're saying they didn't have them, right? And judge says, we are here. We were told there's half a day left of direct. Could you give them at lunch? And then this is that one where Cassie confer with counsel during cross. Can Cassie? And then I think, yes, as Inner City Press first reported, Combs turned down a plea deal, but it's still not known for what sentencing guideline the offer was. Huh, I didn't know that. Huh. I think that, yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's where, now we just have a little bit more. Sorry, guys. So now we're on May 15th. I'm just going to go up like I was before. I don't know. It's May 14th was Cassie Ventura's direct examination. Tomorrow morning, the cross exam will start. Ooh, that probably was good. I don't know. Hopefully it was not good, actually. Okay. While judge has not issued any written order, he seemed to say that the witness lawyers can speak to them, but of course not coach their testimony. Okay. So Cassie can speak to her, and so can, what was the other girl, or any of the witnesses, but just not coach them. One of the lawyers said that this may be too vague and invite claims of violation. We'll see. Okay. Victim witnesses talking to the lawyers, even during their cross exam, is not always prohibited. The U.S. Attorney's Office and the witness lawyers, 3 of them, have argued. ASA, so the prosecution Slavic, the defense last night dumped 400 exhibits on us. This cannot continue throughout the course of the trial. And judge says, Miss Estavio, and she says, this is Combs' lawyer, says, we have been working tirelessly in response to Miss Ventura's testimony. Remember, I did read this, but then I decided to read them all. Okay, so then the judge says, other issues, Miss Slavic? And they say, as we noted in our email to the court early this morning, the judicial documents are not being put in the public docket. And the judge says, we might get a sign from Miss Estavio who will cross Cassie. That's it. It's not an issue. And then Combs' lawyer says, were you afraid that Mr. Combs was only seeing you for sex in this way? So this is the cross, huh? So Cassie says that was a concern. And she says, you were still not in public in your relationship with him. So they weren't public yet. And she says, correct. And his lawyer says, were freak-offs important? And she says, integral for us. His lawyer says, who was at your 21st birthday party in Las Vegas? She says, Britney Spears, Dallas, Austin. And she says, how did you get them there? And she says, they came for Sean. And his lawyer says, you're very beautiful and charming. And Cassie says, thank you. And she says, and the lawyer says, it's true. Wait, that's kind of odd for a lawyer to say that to, Anyway. And then Combs' lawyer says, do you believe Mr. Combs has good taste? She says, I think he does. And she says, hey, he's had an impact on fashion. And she says, people like his style, John. And his lawyer says, did you consult with him on your look? And she says, sometimes I got advice I didn't ask for. Or sometimes I got advice I didn't ask for. Oh. And then his lawyer says, he still ran his companies even while having all these freak-offs, right? The lawyer asks. And she says, he did. And the lawyer says, what was he addicted to? And she says, success, and laughs. And his lawyer says, what substances? Opiates? And she says, yes. He told me, and I saw it. And then his lawyer says, he tells you, you better put me on VIP, vibrate alarm, or something. He's frustrated. He's frustrated you don't answer his text fast enough. She says, right. You tell him to come to New York City, understanding there could be a freak out, or probably freak off, I'm sure, right? And she says, maybe. And he said, the lawyer says, you also saw the Book of Mormon? She says, yes, and laughs. And he says, or I don't even know if this is a he, but his lawyer says, masked pleasure, is that a sex club? And she says, I would assume. And his lawyer says, he asks, are you ready for tonight? What do you say? She says, yes, I just have to get some things. I just have to get some things. Sorry, I read it like I thought she was going to say more, but I just have to get some things. Okay. And then she says, yeah, I bet you it was the way I did. Oh, well, guys. So this is so not in order, kind of. In a way it is, but not. Hey, Hope, are you guys? I don't know. I feel like I should wait. Now I kind of wish I wouldn't have started out with this because I feel like I lost a lot of you guys here. Hey, Elvin. Okay, so Cassie says, I'm not sure. His lawyer says, you got a life coach for your drug use. According to this document, she says, I don't know who that person is. She said, the lawyer says, you were doing a lot of drugs. And she says, it was a rough time. And Combs' lawyer says, you try to get into rehab, the Golden Door? She says, it was a spa. There was a time I lost all senses of smell and taste and woke up in a hospital with an IV in my arm. I tried then to get help. Oh, wow. So I don't know if that's okay. And that's where it says, in Sean Combs' trial, Cassie is crossed on Kid Cudi, Michael B. Jordan, and bad MDMA before assault. Bad MDMA. Oh yeah, I did hear how she got sick. Okay. We're almost there, guys. I feel like I have to finish it now. Combs' lawyer argued to dismiss the case, saying it's time barred and not subject to a cited New York statute. 12-page memo. Oh, the case suing Sean Combs for a 2022 R in Miami. Anthony Tate gave his name. So to dismiss that case, I guess. Suing Sean Combs was required to give his name, now faces dismissal. Huh. Wow. His civil case and Tate's facing dismissal. That's crazy. Okay. This goes to show that Nicki Minaj was very much, hey, please sue them as they are lying on your name. Anyway, so inner city press. Okay. So prosecutor says, oh, okay. Ventura says, well, I didn't reach out to a lot of people. Sean had too many loyal friends in the industry. They say, loyal friends like who? And she says, well, like I reached out to Nicki Minaj and she told me to stop complaining. It's a part of the game. You are rich and famous. Girls will die to be in my shoes. Oh. So Cassie testified in court that Nicki encouraged her to stay with Diddy after she opened up to her about all the horrible things she was going through. Wow. And it says, Inner City Press has been informed that a falsified post of its reporting has been circulating. The post below is not from Inner City, which is reporting right now. What's said in the U.S. for Sean Combs' trial, which is not included below? Oh, wait, that's not? Oh my God, did somebody made that up? What the heck? Am I reading that right? Somebody must not like Nicki. They must want to make Nicki Minaj look bad, right? What the heck? No, Casey, look, I think he's saying that somebody acted like it was him reporting on the case, but it's not true. If I'm understanding this right. Well, I know, I feel bad. I wish I would have started with something else because I feel like the rest is going to be easier to follow. This is just hard. I was only planning on reading a few of his and then I don't know. I'm regretting it because I had a plan on how I wanted to do it, and I wish I would have followed it. And now I'm doing it in a way, and I feel like I lost a lot of people from coming in but I feel like I have to finish it now, right? And then we'll get into the better, more easy to follow stuff. I'm hoping. All right, Combs attorney says, look at this. It's from 2013, and she says, now I see. And they say, what else did Mr. Combs take? And Cassie says, my car, my passport when he was angry. And his lawyer says, let's refresh you about Mr. Combs being in rehab. Cassie says, I vaguely remember. And the lawyer says, why did you go to Sedona? And she says, I went to Arizona to get away from the drugs. And his lawyer says, I'm going to go to a new topic. Mr. Combs told you to go get a video you'd heard about. What did you write? She says, I wrote, you keep putting me down. Now, remember, the reason also, some of these aren't in order, or he may have missed some, or because I don't know the order, so I might be reading them out of order in a way. So sometimes when they just jump into something, it's either he didn't get every single question or they're kind of out of order because I don't know how Twitter works or X works. But I mean, I feel like it's still, you can still get the gist of what's going on, even though they jump into things at points, because that obviously is not how it's happening in court. It's just missing some stuff. All right, Combs' lawyer says, in your civil suit, you say Mr. Combs argued you in September 2018 after you had dinner at an Italian restaurant in Malibu, right? She says, yes. Says, did you meet with the US on November 30th, 2023? She says, yes, not the exact date. You say, in this meeting, you said the R took place after Mr. Combs returned from Burning Man. You said he was acting strangely at that dinner. She says, I don't remember exactly that word. And the lawyer says, did you meet the US on April 8th, 2025? And she says, around then. And then she said, or his lawyer says, you shaped you over 11 years? No, she says, you shaped each other. She says, yes. And the lawyer says, your husband's a physical trainer? She says, yes. And Combs' lawyer says, the house you grew up in Connecticut was relatively modest compared to your mansions. Yes? Or I think that was supposed to be, she says, yes. And Estavio, his lawyer, says, you were preparing to tour with Matt Testa? Cassie says, yes, he's an engineer. And the lawyer says, once you settled your lawsuit, you canceled the tour, right? Cassie says, yes. Estavio says, because you no longer needed the money. And Cassie says, that wasn't the reason. And his lawyer says, DX 1015, Mr. Combs wrote, want to freak off one last time. What did you write? Cassie says, I don't want it to be the last time. I want freak off for the first time. I want freak off for the, huh. And then his lawyer says, no further questions. And judge says, redirect. And the state says, or yeah, the prosecution says, Miss Ventura, you were shown this message where you ended. I don't want to freak off for the last time. I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives. What did you say after that? She said, Cassie says, yes, I'm horny, just got over a UTI. Okay, so this is a different one. This is a different one. Here we go. Okay, Combs' lawyer says, you stated that you were feeling overwhelmed after filing your civil lawsuit, right? Yes. You recently received a settlement from the Intercontinental. No. You made a demand. Yes, 10 million maybe. That's how I know I'm not doing this in order. I think I have to scroll up to the beginning of every day and go down, but oh well. I think I mean, you could kind of follow, because, well, I guess maybe not if you're not familiar with what the case, but most people are pretty familiar with it a little bit, right? I mean, that you kind of could understand. I hope. This is where it hurt me, because I don't understand how Twitter lays their stuff out, or X or whatever. It's weird. I still not sure if that's exactly it, but it's obviously not how I'm doing it. Okay. Oh shoot. Okay. So they say, you made a demand. She says, yes, 10 million maybe. Judge says, anything further? Yeah. And then the prosecution says, I just have one question. Judge says, I was asking Miss Estavio, can you wrap up in 2 minutes? And Mr. Estavio, Combs' attorney, says, this is the last thing I'll ask you to read, Miss Ventura. And Ventura says, thank you. We need closure and understanding. I don't know. Yeah, I'm confused about that right there. Because why would, anyway, U.S. says Estavio was asking questions that appear to be solely related to the numerous civil suits against the defendant filing here. It says Diddy's lawyers are fishing for info to defend civil cases like drugs in the lube. Huh? All right, so yeah. Sorry, guys. Judge says, jurors, you can leave for the weekend. Watch the Yankees play the Mets or the Knicks. If you're not into the sports, there's a lot going on. See you Monday. Mr. Richard, you can leave. And then judge says, about this line of testimony, prosecution says, this shows consciousness of guilt for count 1 and relevant to count 1. Agnifilo says it's not sex trafficking, it's domestic violence. Justice, why didn't you bring a motion in limine on this? And Agnifilo says, I didn't know. Ugh. And it says, no, Don Richard will continue Monday, but the scope of what she can say will be decided before then by judge. Hope to report it out of the docket, even if it seems much is not being put in a public docket. Okay. Judge. So that's it. I'll have a word in the robing room with Miss Comey and Mr. Agnifilo. I don't need a court reporter, and that might be a problem. Oh. Asking questions that appear to be, oh yeah, I already read that. Okay, I think we're good with him now. Inner City Press. Oh wait, this is Inner City. Okay, wait, hold on. The morning before the jury came in, the government and the defense referred to multiple communications to the court about evidentiary and other issues. These are not in the public docket yet. This public are. Hold on, I'm trying to see if there's anything. So this is the court should deny Clayton Howard's motion to quash and order compliance. Trial subpoena calling for production of what Howard called a blank of his memories about events that at issue in his criminal case. First, Howard is unable to meet his burden of establishing that the responsive materials are protected by any privilege. Tyrone Blackburn, Howard's current counsel and author of the motion's accompanying affidavit, simply lacks the knowledge of necessary to make many of the claims he makes in the motion. Remember, Tyrone was one of Diddy's victims, right? If I'm remembering right. Yeah. Those claims are squarely refuted by evidence demonstrating that whatever the origin of the materials, their contents have been shared with prosecutors and other third parties. And Mr. Howard apparently is contemplating publication of materials. Blackburn also overlooks that Howard has said that he has no plans to pursue litigation or keep the materials confidential. And Blackburn ignores that Howard blank proffers Blackburn did not attend, waived any privileges. Okay, so what are they trying to do? I don't know. They're trying to say, yeah, they deny Howard's motion to quash the order. But wait, if this is it, hold on, via email. Oh, it has to be from the defense then, right? Because it wouldn't make sense if it was from the state. All right. Okay, so let's see what else. Let's try. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see. What does this say? This says, here's the video. So this says, LA guard, Diddy flashing cash. There's let's see. Hold on. Let me turn on. Looks like that hotel video, right? Hank, hold on.
The trial starts with LA guard.
All right, we're not. What? I'm not playing that. Oh, look, that's Diddy sitting right here. And Cassie, right? Why?
Diddy do it? Diddy do it? The U.S. says yes. Fight about exhibits. Docket shows no trace. Right to sub-Romanian side Menendez case. Agent search of Diddy's room. A back door full of lube. Why did Don stay quiet? Maybe learn it on YouTube. Oh, Diddy do it? Diddy do it? Diddy do it? The U.S. says yes. Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York.
All right, what the heck was that? Anyway, what is this? Okay. Man, I feel like I've lost any potential people, like a lot of people left because I freaking, oh, I almost just want to end this. But I did have stuff I wanted to go over. Let's see, what's this one? Yeah, I was gonna go, is this the one yeah, look, I was gonna go through this because this goes through a lot of the days of the trial pretty good. I feel like should have just done that. Gosh darn it. Oh no. Let's see. So summary, R&B singer Cassandra Ventura, known as Cassie, gave her second day of testimony as a prosecution key witness. Okay. Distressing details. She detailed a beating section. Wow. Violence. She says that she experienced during the relationship and described the toll it took on her mental health. Jurors in the case were shown videos of the so-called freak-offs, sexual encounters with male escorts, which Cassie says Combs demanded, paid for, and recorded. So that's what they were talking about when they said that they sealed those. So it wasn't the, the hotels thing. That's already public, but where they said they showed the, jurors and stuff, or I don't even know if they showed everybody in the court. And then her lawyer asked to seal those so they don't get out, because I mean, that would be embarrassing. That's her in those. So yeah, that wouldn't be right. And then earlier, Cassie testified that she endured abuse at the hands of Combs during the sessions, and that videos of the episodes were later used as blackmail. Okay, so this is where Combs faces charges of racketeering, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. 55-year-old denies all charges. If found guilty, he could spend the rest of his life in prison. Okay, so this goes through the days. Second day, where's the first day though? Hold on, let me see something. There's a couple sites. The other one might be better, but let me see here. $13, $14, yeah, it'll go this way. Okay, so this starts with, here, let me make it a little bit bigger. This is where I should have just started. So we have Quincy Brown, Chance Combs, Delilah Star Combs, Justin Combs outside the court earlier this week. I'm guessing, is this his mom? I'm not sure, because I know this and this is his twin daughters, right? These are his sons, and then I don't know who that is, and that looks like maybe that's his mom because she looks older. I'm not even sure. Jesse Combs, Chance Combs. Oh yeah, that's her. So he has 3 daughters, right? I guess, because these are the twins, right? And then this must be, because like Jesse Combs, Chance Combs, Delilah Star Combs arriving at court earlier this week. Oh, it shows it right here. Okay. Combs' mother, Janice Combs, and her grandchildren have turned up to the court in New York in support of the hip hop star throughout his trial. King Combs, son of Sean Combs, holds an umbrella for Janice. So I don't know which one. I don't know. On Wednesday morning, members of his family were seen again, this time sheltering from the rain under umbrellas on their way inside the courthouse. Diddy has 7 children. Quincy Taylor Brown, 33, his adopted son from his relationship with the late model and actress Kim Porter. Christian King Combs, 27, his son with Porter. Delilah Star Combs and Jesse James Combs, 18, his twin daughters with Porter. So that would be Jesse. So who's Chance? This one's Chance. Is his daughter with businesswoman and social media influencer Sarah Chapman. Okay. Justin Dior Combs, 31. His son with fashion designer Misa Hilton. Love Sean Combs, 2. His daughter with Dana Tran. A tech firm boss and part-time model. Wait, why didn't I know he had a 2-year-old? Did you guys know that? Because I don't think I knew that. Wow. So now we have violence, drugs, and blackmail allegations. Second day of Cassie's testimony. So here's a little drawing, because they're probably, the sketch artists are, they played it on the video. So they're sketching a part of the trial, or the video. This posted, others below contain distressing details. A hotel surveillance video from 2016 showing Combs assaulting the singer, Cassie, his girlfriend at the time, has already been much discussed in the trial. On her second day of the testimony, she's been going into more detail. The jury has been shown selfies that she took that day wearing sunglasses to hide her black eye and with her lips puffy as a result of the assault. The incident took place during one of the so-called freak-offs, the organized parties involving sex workers that Ventura says she took part in against her will, as well as the threat of violence. She says Combs had another way of forcing her participation that could sometimes last for days, in which she said she could only endure with the help of drugs. Combs said that she said, threatened to put out video recordings of the freak-offs to embarrass her. His lawyers have already told the jury that they accept that he could be violent, but they insist the sex was consensual. After the prosecution has finished questioning Ventura, her cross-exam by the defense will begin. Cassie returns to the witness stand. The lunch break at the New York courthouse is now over, and Cassie is back to the witness stand. The prosecution is still asking questions, but have indicated they will likely finish the afternoon session, and defense team will have time to start the cross later that day. And then prosecutors want jurors to see how Cassie was feeling through her real-time communications with Denny. In one exchange, January 7th, 2017, she tells him nothing good comes out of the freak-offs anymore, and that he treats her like Ike Turner, the abusive husband and musical partner of Tina Turner. She tells the court that Diddy was physically abusive and put her down. She described the sheer embarrassment she felt, how he treated her in front of other people. Prosecutors also included a more flattering exchange, likely to try and get ahead of the defense using it. In it, she said she was truly the most extraordinary man who had shown her love and happiness. Cassie said she sent it because she loved him and it was Father's Day. Jurors shown images of freak-offs. After an extended lunch break, we're back with Cassie's testimony. Lunch took longer than usual because the court was trying to figure out how to set up sexually explicit evidence so that only the jurors, legal teams, and Cassie could see it. Okay, there we go. I was wondering if the whole court, but no. So jurors, legal team, and Cassie. Okay. Yesterday, we reported that there was some debate over whether the public and news organizations should have access to videos or still images from the so-called freak-offs. The judges decided against allowing that. Back on the stand, jurors, Ventura, and the attorneys are being shown images from the freak-offs. Ventura has identified herself and male escorts she had sex with in the photos. She is calm and takes long breaths as she looks at explicit images of herself. The jurors are viewing these at the same time. Wow, that's got to be hard. How will Diddy's lawyers question Cassie? Later today, we expect Sean Diddy Combs' lawyers to begin their cross of Cassie's testimony. It will be the most challenging aspect of the defense's strategy, says Robert Mintz, partner at the MacArthur, an English law firm, who is a criminal defense lawyer and a former federal prosecutor. They have to be assertive in terms of dealing with her, but they can't appear to be attacking her, Mintz tells the BBC. Combs' lawyers can't appear to be unsympathetic, Mintz says. They're going to try to impugn her integrity without appearing to be attacking the alleged victim here, particularly a witness who is pregnant while she's testifying. To do this, Mintz says Combs' lawyers might try to argue that the relationship was beneficial to Ventura's music career or that she gained financially when she and Combs settled a civil suit in 2023. Cassie's testimony is now focusing on the subject of Combs' physical abuse. It's important to remember the defense admitted in opening statements that Combs was violent with his girlfriends. But the prosecution is bringing up these incidents to try and build a case around the racketeering charges. Prosecutors are asking Ventura not only to describe the times Combs allegedly beat her, but also which of the staff was present and whether any aided in the cover up. Ventura describes one incident early in her relationship with Combs when she alleges he beat her and stomped on her face in the car on the way home from an event. Oh my God. A driver and another staff member were present, she says. Ventura tells the court one of them chased her down and caught her when she tried to flee. Speaking about looking in the mirror once she was brought back to Combs' house, Ventura tells the court, I didn't look at myself at all. Combs demanded staff take her to the hotel and keep her there until bruises healed. Ventura tells the court, man, I hate him. He's such a sick. Ugh. She says she was there by herself for a week. Man, I wanted to go home to my mom, she says. She says she expressed this to Combs' security, who ended up keeping her at the hotel after Ventura says Combs told the staff absolutely not. Wow, that's so sad. Oh, I hate him. Cassie tells the court a violent incident after Diddy found out about relationship with Kid Cudi. We are still progressing through the prosecution's questioning of Cassie, and now for the first time, her relationship with musician Kid Cudi has come up. It was about 2011, Ventura says, and she had been working with Kid Cudi before beginning to date him. Combs found out about the relationship during a so-called freak-off with Ventura when he went through her emails. Ventura says he took a wine bottle opener and lunged at her. Ugh. Like a corkscrew or a wine bottle opener. I don't know. Anyway, she was able to get away. She says that she called Kid Cudi to come pick her up, and he did. Later, Ventura says she went back to Combs' house after he asked her to talk. There, she alleges Combs threatened once again to release the freak-off videos and to hurt both Ventura and Kid Cudi. Ventura tells the court that Combs got violent, kicking her in the back, and she fell to the floor. We are shown a photo Ventura's mom took of a large bruise on her back. I was just terrified, Ventura says. Cassie tells court Diddy's security cried when he saw her injuries. Oh my God. Wait, how do you sell it? Am I saying it wrong? Wait, why is everybody laughing? I don't know. How do you say it? I'm confused. Kid Cudi. I don't know. Oh well. That shows you how much I know of these people. Cudi? Oh. Yeah. I'm not like the mainstream rap. Like I said, I got turned on to like underground rap when I was in Colorado, but that was I haven't even listened to that, but now I don't like that stuff if it's a rap. Kid Cudi. Okay. No rap for me, or not. Like I said, there's specific rappers, but not that. Probably not him. Is he like? I don't even know what he looks like. I have no idea anything about him. So what is it? Cuddy, Kid Cuddy. Okay. Yeah. Um, okay, so where am I at? Yeah, well, somebody turned me on to it, and but like I'm not rap. I explained it yesterday how why that, and then why I did like some like I explained it, but I'm not gonna. I won't ramble on again about that. But okay, so where are we at? Where am I? Okay, so Ventura's testimony is continuing with other accounts of physical abuse, including an assault in Las Vegas during a party. Ventura tells the court about being pulled away from a party by Combs, who took her to an adjoining room and started to beat her. She says he punched her in the face and she tried to run to the bathroom and hide under the toilet. Ventura tells the court he kicked her several more times as she was crouched in her hiding place, leaving her badly injured with knots on her head, bruised bruises and busted lip. Oh my god, this guy is evil. When Combs' security guard came in the room, he began to cry, she tells the court. Man. Um, Wait, when Combs' security guard came into the room, he began to cry. Oh yeah, so but is I feel like isn't this the same security guard that chased her back? But I mean, I guess he might have been scared and just doing his job, but maybe it's not the same one. Let's see. When Combs' security guard came in the room, he began to cry, she tells the court. His manager, who was present, also teared up when he saw her, Ventura says. Still, they participated in covering up Combs' actions, she alleges, with the security guard making her ice her face to bring down the bruising. Ventura says she always carried a gel with her that is meant to combat bruising. She tells the court that she once stayed at Combs's house with her friends and his son for a week, and Combs would tell her to cover up her injuries with makeup so his son wouldn't see. God, I hate this guy. Prosecutors say they're aiming to wrap up their nearly 2-day questioning of Ventura within the next half hour. This will leave the defense some time to start what could be an intense examination before court adjourns for the day. Cassie tells court 2023 lawsuit settled for 22 million. Ventura has just told the court that the civil lawsuit she filed against Diddy was in 2023 was settled for 20 million. Man. The suit, which was settled just one day after it was filed, alleged that Ventura was trapped for a decade by Combs in a cycle of abuse and violence. The details of the settlement have not been previously disclosed, though the lawsuit had demanded 30 million under the threat of writing a damaging book about the relationship, according to a statement from Combs' lawyer to the BBC at the time. In a joint 2023 statement with Combs, Ventura said that she decided to resolve this matter amicably in terms that I have some level of control. But wait, if he was saying like he was trying to just settle it so it didn't come out, right? But if it was a lawsuit, it would be public, right, though? You know what I'm saying, though? I guess they could have it sealed, but you would think it would come out anyway. I mean, it did, but why would he I'm trying to think how that would work. Because, like, yeah, like, just pay it, make it go away, but so nobody could find out about it, but then if it's a lawsuit, then people would find out if it was about him. But maybe I'm trying to think maybe they would've I don't know. I'm thinking too much into it, I think. Um, where are we at? Cassie says she had thoughts of taking her own life. Wow. Sobbing through the final minutes of her direct questioning, Ventura reveals that she had thoughts of taking her own life in 2023. After having traumatic flashbacks to her relationship with Combs, Cassie says she told her husband, Alex Fine, who was home with their two children, "You can do this without me. You don't need me," and attempted to leave the house. He stopped her, she tells the court, and she shortly entered rehab and trauma therapy. Wow. That's crazy. I mean, that just sucks. He's such a jerk. Puff Daddy, I mean. Cassie tells court Cassie tells court Diddy ard her at the end of their relationship. The testimony is now getting to the end of Cassie and Diddy's relationship. She caught him with another woman, she tells the court, and decided to end things. In 2018, they had dinner at a restaurant and had what she viewed as a closure conversation. She was dating her current husband at the time and says Diddy was being nice and playful. Cassie pauses while giving her testimony. Then she describes what she says happened after he dropped her off at home. She says he ard her on the living room floor. "I just remember crying and saying no," she tells the court. She says it happened very fast and describes how his eyes went black, saying he didn't even seem like himself. When it was over, she says he just got up and left. God, I hate this guy. Man. Prosecution finishes their questioning. Prosecutors have now finished their direct exam. It was an emotional afternoon of testimony, which finished with prosecutors asking why Ventura decided to testify. She says, "I can't carry this anymore. I can't carry the shame, the guilt. I'm here to do the right thing," she added. With that, the judge sent jurors home for the day, saying cross exam would start early tomorrow with a short lunch to accommodate the fact that Ventura is a time sensitive witness. She is in third trimester of her pregnancy. Hey, Kelly. Hey, Fiona. Sorry, I'm not in chat. I will be though after I read this. Judge hears arguments in evidence dispute. The day ended with debates among lawyers about an evidence issue. Prosecutors don't want the defense to be able to bring up text messages referencing sex Ventura may have been having with someone besides Combs. They argue they are covered under a rule that does not allow lawyers to ask victims about sex acts with people other than the defendant. Combs' attorney argued the text doesn't reference specific sex acts. It seems the judge will decide on the matter later. Court will be back tomorrow around 9. They leave, court adjourns, family leaves. The judge planning to allow the defense to begin their cross. Um, we've also just seen members of Combs' family, including his mother, Janice, who attended the trial all week, leave the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Okay, the sketch below shows an visibly upset Ventura as she testifies holding a tissue. Okay, new court sketches show Cassie testifying. We've just gotten 2 new sketches from court artist Jane Rosenberg. Oh, wait, she's the one that did, wait a minute. Oh, she did, which one was it? Remember we were going through her stuff? Oh, what trial? Hold on, hold on. It was, I can't think. Gosh, it was within probably, I feel like it's on the tip of my tongue. I'm just trying to picture what trials in the last year or so that I've watched. Was it Luigi? Maybe it was, Jordan. It might have been. It might. All right. second. Okay. As a reminder, photography and videography is not allowed in U.S. federal court in New York, but we can get a glimpse inside via these court sketches. The one above shows Cassie testifying on the witness stand today about injuries she has sustained from Sean Diddy Combs. Images of bruises she says she got in those incidents are being shown to the court, including the jury. In this sketch, and then this one is at her. Okay. What happened on day 3? The trial of Sean Combs continued for the 3rd day. On Wednesday, more graphic testimony from his former girlfriend, the singer Cassie, who was abused and by the suspect. I guess I can make this bigger. Sorry, I thought that was bigger. The trial of Sean Combs continued for a 3rd day. I already just read that. Hold on. The prosecution wrapped up its questioning of Ventura, who will return the stand Thursday for cross. Okay, here we go. In graphic and brutal language, Ventura described occasions when she says Combs beat and hurt her during her relationship that lasts more than a decade. The jury reviewed photos and heard testimony. Oh, it's given like a recap of that, right? They reviewed photos and heard testimony for Ventura on physical, mental toll the abuse took on her. They provided this. She provided more detail on the freak-offs, drug-fueled sexual encounters with strangers at Combs' request that would be sometimes last 3 days or last for days. Combs would film Ventura during the episodes and blackmail her with the footage, she says. She feared that Combs would make me look like a slut. It was something I hated doing, she said, of the freak-offs, adding that she continued to do them under coercion, I can't say that word right, and because it felt like I did my job. Jurors were shown images of the sexual encounters, but the judge ordered that evidence to be not shown to the public. And the jail Diddy is in has a host of infamous inmates. I know that. What? How do you say his name? Shoot. The 6'9", whatever his name is, I don't know. But wonder who else. Let's see. Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. His lawyers were unsuccessful in getting him released on bail ahead of the trial. They have argued the conditions inside are horrific. Known as the MDC, it's had a host of notorious inmates. Combs has reportedly shared the same unit as cryptocurrency entrepreneur Sam Bankman-Fried, who once ran a company worth billions, but was convicted on multiple counts of fraud. And previously it has been home to rapper R. Kelly, Epstein, and Maxwell. I'm surprised he didn't end up like Epstein. Like all this stuff that, well, I guess, well, no, that was, I mean, I feel like because he was about to maybe name some things were about to come out. They say that they think maybe, I don't know. That's another thing. Do you think that a lot of like other people are going to be thrown under the bus in this or no? Because that's not the route he's going. Like not for a deal or I'll give you names. He's just trying to say he's innocent of it, right? Anyway, Ventura's 2nd day reveals details of alleged abuse. It says, closing out her 2nd day of testimony in the federal racketeering and sex trafficking trial of Sean, a sobbing Cassie revealed that she had considered taking her own life 2 years ago. The singer said the traumatic flashbacks of her time with Diddy became too much, and she told the court she tried to leave home with a plan to walk into the road to end her life. Wow. Her husband stopped her, she said, and she went to therapy. From the witness stand, Ventura had gave disturbing evidence that revealed new details of her and Diddy's long public relationship. She said she feared for her safety, told the court the powerful hip-hop mogul controlled her through blackmail. On numerous occasions, she said he threatened to release explicit footage of their freak-offs. encounters on which she said she was forced to have sex with male escorts, even when she says she told Combs she didn't want to. She recalled an instance in which she said that after an argument, he once played one of the videos on a commercial flight with other passengers nearby and warning her to behave. Ventura also testified that Combs also threatened to publicly release the videos after he found out she was seeing the rapper Kid Cudi. Her testimony also revealed for the first time today that Diddy settled her civil suit against him for $20 million. Next up, the defense will have their chance to question Ventura. Okay, where is that here? Here we go, right? Summary. Yeah, hold on. I guess they don't have that one on this. They just have that day. What is this one that we want doing? Is it this? Yeah, okay. Let me see what else. Diddy and Bruce. Oh yeah, this. I mean, this isn't that. I don't know. I'll just read it though. Hold on. This one, it says, why did Cassie bring up Bruce Willis in the scathing text to Diddy? God. On the fourth day of Diddy's trial, the jury was shown text exchanges between Cassie and Diddy from the years they were in a relationship. And then it says, Cassie appeared disheartened with the way Sean was keeping her out of parts of his personal life. When the two were in a relationship, according to text messages read in court, then this be Thursday. So that's this, his lawyers brought in these text messages, right? Ventura appeared in court May 15th on the fourth day, where a jury has heard details of the music mogul's fantasies and encounters, which Ventura alleges he unforced upon her. Okay, hold on. The pair were together for about 11 years until their split was confirmed in 2018. During this time, Ventura often expressed her frustration over not being made a bigger priority in Combs' private life, including being integrated into his life with his 6 children. It could be a little heartbreaking, she told the court during cross. On the third day of the trial, Ventura had told the jury that she had felt being a participant in the freak-offs had become her primary role in his life. Her text messages revealed on Thursday showed she wanted to be more than a sexual partner to Combs and brought up examples of other men who were doing it in a respectful manner despite having children from previous relationships. As much as you think you're Bruce Willis, you aren't. So that's what she says to him. He's married, and before he was married, the family as a whole went on trips together, or just him and his woman. She wrote in a message in 2013, 7 years into the relationship. She was seemingly making references to Willis's successful co-parenting with ex Demi Moore. Even after the couple split, while they each maintain healthy relationships with their new partners. So Eddie Murphy and Paige took his kids away on their own. She added, like referring to Paige Butcher's successfully blending in with Murphy's children. Eddie Murphy and Paige took his kids away on their own. I think that's a Anyway, from his previous relationship. I don't think that you sympathize with my feelings, Ventura wrote in the July 2013 exchange, explaining that she had been disturbed for days at that time. I understand you feeling like you need to protect your children, but after a while, it's like, for what? This is what she's saying to him. Thursday marked the third day. Okay, yeah. Keep saying the same thing. There's a lot of repeats, but oh, here, this might be a better. Oh no, that's that. Never mind. Let's see what this one. Don Richards. Here's the next one here. So this says, Cassie Ventura finishes emotional testimony. Cassandra Cassie Ventura wrapped up the 4 consecutive days, which she delivered in the final trimester of her pregnancy. That's wow. Once one of the most powerful music producers in the world, Combs, 55, has pleaded not guilty to charges of all of his charges. The trafficking, racketeering, conspiracy, and transportation to engage in prostitution. So it says he faces 15 years to life in prison if convicted on all accounts by the jury. Ventura, an R&B singer who was in a decade-long relationship with Combs during the height of his influence, oh my God, this keeps getting in a knot, and prestige, told the jury about alleged violence, threats, and sexual abuse at the producer's hands. She described in graphic detail the alleged freak-off parties where she says Combs directed her to have sex with male escorts, while he formed and allegedly beat her when she didn't perform to his taste. And she has testified that Combs arred her when she tried to leave him in 2018 and threatened a rapper she briefly dated. Defense attorneys spent most of Friday finishing their wide-ranging cross of Ventura, who was confronted with old texts and emails in which she expressed love for Combs and enthusiasm for the parties, as well as outbursts in which she acknowledged attacking and threatening people. Prosecutors called new witnesses late Friday, including Don Richard, a former singer in Combs' band, Danity Kane. Richard testified that she saw Combs brutally attack Cassie in 2009 when Cassie failed to make him eggs quickly enough. At least 2 other women using pseudonyms are expected to testify against Combs later in the trial. Jerk. Can't stand him. Dawn Richard will return to court on Monday, but it is unclear how much of her testimony from today about Sean Combs' alleged attack on Cassie will be admissible. After a lengthy discussion with lawyers, the judge said he will have to think about the matter. So wait, did she testify outside of the jury then or something? Because what would be admissible, it would already have happened. So maybe they did it, how they see what could have been outside the jury and then decided what they were allowed to testify, I'm guessing. Judge also accused both parties of using the lack of communication to their advantage. Neither side raised this because they were trying to use these perceived ambiguities in a tactical way. What is he saying? Lack of communication. I don't know. I'm saying both sides. I'm not pointing fingers. Neither side. What? The admonition of the judge is in line with his running critique of both prosecutors and defense attorneys that they have been lax in explaining and preparing their evidence, resulting in trial delays that threaten to drag out an already drawn out proceeding and create narrow opportunities for appeals. The judge has dismissed the jury for the day following Don Richards' description of Sean Combs' alleged attack of Cassie when she failed to make him eggs quickly enough. Prosecutors and defense attorneys are now debating the merits of the testimony, whether it supports the sex trafficking charge in Combs' indictment. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo wants the testimony struck from the record. Oh, I see. So the jury was there, but he wants it struck. But that's the thing, you can't unhear stuff, but unduly prejudicial. And because Ventura did not mention the incident in her own testimony, prosecutors have argued that Combs' alleged abuse created a culture of violence and fear that allowed him to carry out more serious crimes. And he continued to beat Cassie as she was on the floor. Don Richard testified. Then he proceeded to take his arm around her neck and dragged her by the hair up to the stairs. Richard said that the following day, Combs invited her and her bandmate, Kalina Harper, who also saw the alleged attack, to record music in his studio. Richard testified Combs told the two women that the violence they had witnessed was passion, and she said he threatened that where he comes from, people who say something can end up missing. God, this guy has some nerve. Don Richard testified that she was visiting Sean Combs in Los Angeles home to record music and had joined Cassie in the kitchen when Combs attacked. He came downstairs angry and was saying, "Where the F was his eggs?" And he was telling Cassie she never gets anything right. Where the F was his food? Richard told the jury, and he came over the skillet with the eggs in it. He came over to the skillet with the eggs in it and tried to hit her over the head, and she fell to the ground. Man. Don Richard, who performed in two bands managed by Sean Combs, testified that she saw him attack his then girlfriend, Cassie. He came downstairs screaming belligerent, asking, "Where's his food?" and continued to hit her in the head and kick her on the ground in front of us. Richard told the jury she outlined the same alleged assault in a lawsuit she filed in September, accusing Combs of physically and sexually abusing her. Among other people, Combs has denied the accusations. With less than a half hour until the trial is supposed to break for the week, prosecution has called their witness Don Richard. Wow, see, it's going back. I should have read it from the bottom. I hate how this does this. A former member of the band Danity Kane, which rose to prominence after starring on Sean Combs' MTV show Making the Band. Richard's testimony has been anticipated since it was announced in court yesterday because she has sued Combs and alleged her abuse on the show. She has also said she witnessed him attacking Cassie and others, and she has a long checkered blazer. She raised her right hand before taking a stand. More photographs from the hotel raid. Special Agent Yazin Binda described finding a black fanny pack and eye drops and $9,000 in cash. Is this for this? Yeah. Still at the witness stand, she cut up an evidence bag of cash and fanned the bill so the jury could see. So the hotel, so they had a black fanny pack with eye drops, $9,000 in cash. Special Agent Abinda is describing Sean's multi-room hotel suite at the time she helped raid it last year. There was blue mood lighting in one corner of the room. In the bathroom, agents found 5 additional bottles of baby oil and lubricant that had been stored in the bathtub. They found a Louis Vuitton bag with a bottle of medication prescribed to Frank Black. Oh, that was one of his names. That's another thing. See, there's more to her testimony. One of the videos, news clips I was watching was talking about how they use fake names or whatever, right? Disguises and stuff. And he had, I think it was Frank Black and Frank White or something like that. I remember like one had black and one had white in the name. So wait, how does he get? That's crazy, because if that's not a real name, he was able to get medication from a doctor to a fake name. That's how rich people can get whatever they freaking want. Anyway, and in separate pill bottles, ketamine and MDMA. So this is with a bottle of medication prescribed to Frank Black. So then he had in separate bottles ketamine and MDMA. In a nightstand by the bed, there were 2 additional bottles of lubricant. Homeland Security, Yazin Binda, is describing photographs of large Ziploc bags filled with Johnson baby oil and sex lubricant. Evidence taken during the raid on Sean Combs' hotel room around the time of his arrest last year. Agents also recovered an external hard drive. Binda, special agent, testified that she participated in the raid on Sean Combs' hotel room, the Park Hyatt in Manhattan, in September. He was arrested in the lobby of the hotel. Before Combs' arrest, Binda had been handling logistics at the agency's office in Manhattan and was well acquainted with the operational details of the federal investigation into Combs. She is describing entering a multi-room unit at the hotel and taking inventory and evidence. The prosecution has called their next witness Cassie Ventura, Special Agent Binda, an investigator in the department, or after Cassie Ventura, sorry. Investigator in the Department of Homeland Security, human trafficking. It's unclear if there will be also time for Sean Combs' former band member Don Richard to testify against him in this week, or if Binda's testimony will take up what's left of the day. But we know, so they were able to do her and then start Don's. So yeah, they were. So I don't know. I don't know why. Like I should have looked at the times of it going up. I'm sorry, I didn't know because with an look like an article type thing that you got to scroll all the way down and then it's going backwards. Cassie has finally completed her testimony and left the witness stand after spending 4 consecutive days in her final trimester. After court, Combs hugged his attorney, Annie Estavio, who cross-examined Ventura for hours yesterday and today. The two stood and chatted for a while in a relatively empty courtroom. Oh, also, what did he say? They said there was like an open mic, or not an open mic. What do they call that? Hot mic, or you know what I'm saying? When they didn't know the mic was on or something, you could hear him talking to the lawyer that crossed Ventura, and he said something like, "I'm proud of you," or something like about how she cross-examined Cassie. And I guess you could hear it through the mic. You weren't supposed to hear it, but okay, so right here, Don Richard arrived at the federal courthouse. This is all tangled. It keeps getting tangled. So that's her arriving. And a singer from the former pop group was seen arriving. She first met Combs in 2004 on the set of his MTV reality competition show, Making a Band, accused the mogul of sexual and physical abuse in a lawsuit filed last year. Jerk. I can't stand him. I'm sorry. No. Yeah. See, this would have been a better. Dang it. They have like, does they have her whole cross on this? No, that's the force. Okay. Look at this. The scene outside the courthouse is a bit more staid than on opening day, but it's not just reporters here. People have been camping outside the courthouse overnight, hoping to get a seat. Not easy. This morning, there were influencers with yoga mats live streaming the line, alongside dapper elderly folks hoping to catch a glimpse of the trial. Squabbles broke out this morning between those in line, prompting eye rolling from patient court staff who seem more comfortable wrangling attorneys in suits. Oh my God. Huh. Let's see, the cluster of the courthouses in downtown Manhattan has hosted high-profile trials before Sean Combs, including Harvey Weinstein trial and ongoing retrial, as well as Jean Carroll's SA and defamation case against Donald Trump. But there is something different about this trial. Spectators have lined up overnight. There are 2 overflow rooms for visitors, and at the times, the trial feels like a reality show. On Thursday, a supporter of Combs gasped and threw her hands up during Cassie Ventura's cross-examination. What? Gallery outbursts, while not unheard of, still out of place in a storied courthouse with tradition of professionalism. Wow. We are all waiting for Cassie to retake the stand. She appeared remarkably calm and composed under cross Thursday, as Sean's lawyer Anna Estavios tried to poke holes in her testimony and paint her as a complicit in the music mogul's drug-fueled activity. So far, there has been little to no discrepancy between Ventura's direct testimony earlier this week and what she had said under cross. A good sign for the prosecution. Give that her time on the stand is winding down. We'll see if the defense questioning becomes more aggressive Friday. And it says the Estavio, who has been handling the defense team's cross of Cassie, has a history of handling complex cases. But even for an experienced attorney, this is a delicate trial. Defense attorneys generally aggressively pursue potential contradictions in a testimony to paint the witness as not credible. In cases like this, that tactic can also backfire. Aggressive questioning of a visible pregnant celebrity witness may seem too harsh for jurors who may consider her a victim. Yeah, talking about the fifth day is opening up, attorneys filling the room, look over paper. We expect some short legal discussion before Cassie's cross. Okay. What it says, among other pieces of evidence, lawyers are discussing the admissibility of a 30-second video clip of Sean Combs wandering through nature. The defense would like to admit the video to jog Cassie Ventura's memory that Combs has attended rehab, but Combs' lawyers do not plan to present it to the jury. Wait, the defense would like to admit the video. Oh, but admit it, but not present it to the jury? What? As prosecutors are hoping to exclude evidence that seems to include text messages Cassie sent to a friend saying that she had sustained bruises at a dance class. The defense would like to poke holes in evidence previously presented, including photos of bruises on Ventura 2 days after Sean was recorded attacking her. The judge seems like he has no issue admitting the text. This judge seems to have moved past his annoyance at the lawyer's punctuality and resumed his normal, congenial demeanor. He is helping them parse their arguments and discuss what evidence can or cannot be admitted. So her fourth day taking the stand, Cassie, she was wearing a black pinstripe suit jacket and a purple collared shirt. She took a deep breath as she sat down on the stand, collecting herself before resuming the calm demeanor she has maintained the past few days. That's her husband right here. Alex Fine, husband of Cassie, arrives to attend the case. Cassie Ventura's husband returned to the courthouse where she's expected to wrap a long week of testimony Friday in her ex-partner Sean Combs' sex trafficking trial. Ventura met Fine after Combs hired him as a personal trainer. That's kind of funny. The couple married in 2019, and Ventura has been testifying while pregnant with their third child. Wow, it's their third child, sorry. Says, as Cassie prepares to testify once more against him, Sean's wearing a light beige sweater, sitting in the courtroom between his attorneys, looking down at his fidgeting hands. At times, he leans over to speak with one of his lawyers. He has turned around and looked back at the gallery only once. Anna Estavio, one of Sean's defense attorneys, resumes her cross-exam of Cassie with the 2016 incident at the Intercontinental Hotel, where Combs was recorded beating Ventura in the hallway. The defense lawyer asked Ventura whether Combs was blacked out during the incident. The attorneys quickly approached the judge to discuss evidence admission. Defense attorney Anna Estavio pulled up texts between the couple in which Sean proposed having sex with Cassie shortly after the beating at the Intercontinental. "We need a different vibe," Ventura wrote back, referring to the attack. Combs appeared to feel sorry about the incident. The couple signed off by texting each other, "Love you." The defense brought up a video of Sean in rehab talking about his love for God. Earlier, the prosecution tried to block the video from being shown because it could paint Combs in a positive light. Defense attorneys hope it portrays Combs as a deeply troubled man seeking help for his problems, not a racketeering mastermind. The jury will not see the video, but Cassie Ventura will, to jog her memory under cross. This is, I hate him. Sean Combs looks back at Cassandra after dragging and kicking her in a still image from the March 15th, 2016 hotel surveillance video that was entered as evidence in Combs' New York trial. Ew, I hate him. Oh my God. Cassie Ventura has come up repeatedly during the trial this week. During opening statements on Monday, defense attorney Tenny Garagos acknowledged that her client could be extremely jealous and that violence did take place, but argued that those issues are unrelated to the conspiracy, trafficking, and racketeering charges Combs faces. "What Combs did to Cassie on this videotape is indefensible," Garagos said. "It's not evidence of sex trafficking, it is evidence of domestic violence." And then on the cross, they asked Cassie, "What do you remember following the period of the Intercontinental incident?" She says, "Not a whole lot. I ended up back in New York doing promo for the movie. After that, I don't really remember too much," Ventura replied, referring to her 2016 film, The Perfect Match. In earlier testimony, she noted she attended the film premiere party 2 days after Sean Combs beat her in the hallway. Ventura said she also attended a spa in Sedona, Arizona for a week to detox from heavy drug usage after the beating. Correction note, an earlier version of this post incorrectly referred to the spa as being situated in California. Okay. The defense is questioning Cassie about 2013 birthday party for her brother, where she allegedly got into a physical altercation with a woman and told Sean Combs she tried to kill the bee. The lawyers just broke for a sidebar to discuss more evidentiary issues, which has been happening a lot Friday. Wow. The defense is playing an audio from 2014 in which Cassie threatens to kill a man who seems to have a lurid video of her having sex. But where did he get it? Ventura asked politely to see the video before shouting, "It's my effing life and I will kill you. I will kill you. I will cut you up and I will hide you," she is heard saying. "I have never killed anyone in my life, but I will kill you. And it's not going to be my hands. There's not going to be blood on my hands. It's going to be someone else." But I wonder if she learned that from Sean or she was just messed up from everything, you know? How's everybody doing? Sorry, I'm not in too much chat right now. I will because I know I will because I'm going to play that Nancy Grace video, so I'll be able to be in chat the whole time. But I just wanted to finish this here. Sean Combs was upset after sex videos of Cassie leaked. She testified, "Mr. Combs would make sure that a video would not get released, right?" asked his lawyer. Ventura seemed to confirm this. The defense is apparently trying to portray Combs as protective of Ventura and of couples' intimate videos, in contrast to her previous testimony that Combs used sex videos to blackmail her. Well, yeah, because he wanted the power of it. So he wanted to use them for the power. So, you know what I'm saying? He didn't want somebody else releasing them. He wanted to be able to use that as blackmail. So, I mean, it makes sense to me. I hope the jury is seeing it. Re-examined in courtroom testimony. Cassie and Sean were in a relationship for more than a decade, projecting an image of hip hop royalty as they appeared together on red carpets and lavish getaways. That perception shifted dramatically in 2023 when Ventura filed a 35-page lawsuit accusing Combs of physical and SA, coercion, and sex trafficking, blah, 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 that recast the relationship as violent and tumultuous. Yeah, okay. All right. Oh, Cassie Ventura is normally unflappable on the stand, but you can hear her voice shrink as the defense asks her about her mental health and drug abuse. An attorney asks, what medications Ventura is taking? Mentioning Suboxone and buprenorphine. What? So, no, that's good though. She's trying to get, yeah, because she went to rehab. Drugs for opioid treatment. I mean, what's Sean? He was probably still doing the drugs. So yeah, she already said she went to rehab. You know what I'm saying? That's showing her that she's better in her life. And I bet you the reason she got addicted is because him. I can't say for sure, but a lot of times these abusers, that's how they get you to stay. They get you addicted to something like that, physical addiction. So you need that. So you keep coming back to them because they can get it for you and they pay for it or whatever the case may be. And so you have this addiction too that keeps you coming back. So I just wonder, I would actually like to know is if she partied a lot before him, because I think they said she met him when she was 19 years old. That's so young. So I bet he freaking introduced her to all this stuff. So like you can't be sitting there blaming her for the addiction. And I know we all make our own choices, but I mean, I do think being in a relationship like that, it almost probably wasn't her choice. I mean, as far as the addiction, I mean, I know it was, but it wasn't because if he was the power, the age gap, the power of him, and then the abuse and the so yeah, he probably got her addicted to that. So anyway, but okay, so the defense is trying to where am I at? Oh, Ventura, the rehab center Ventura went to has services for sex addiction and sexual compulsion. The lawyer noted. It also treated something called love addiction, where were you treated to any of these things? And Ventura says she was not. Prosecutors have objected twice during the sensitive line of questioning. While the judge allowed the defense to carry on, he was now called for a brief sidebar, or he has now called a brief sidebar. Okay. Cassie's voice is markedly lower as the defense asks her about rehab experience, including neurofeedback therapy, a treatment that allows patients to monitor their mental health activity or their mental activity in real time and regulate brainwave patterns and eye movement desensitization. Huh. Desensitization. Why am I saying that and I feel like I sound weird? Does that ever happen? You say a word you've said so many times, then but you say and it just something sounds weird about it. Oh well. Um, where am I? Okay, reprocessing, which can help recall prior traumatic memories. It's EMDR. This was part of a trauma therapy, Ventura said. I don't want to talk too much about it, but if you are beat up and can't walk out of the room, it helps you walk out of the room. The court is taking a brief. Okay. But the judge has asked both legal teams to remain. Sidebars and discussions about evidence admissibility ate up 30 minutes this morning, clearly irritating Judge Aaron, who is eager to wrap up Ventura's cross and move forward in the trial. He expects will last 2 months. We are not going to proceed in this fashion, the judge said. The judge says, admonish both defense and prosecution lawyers. Why is there confusion between the parties between what is admitted and what isn't admitted? takeaways from the testimony. Let's see. Here are the 3 key takeaways from Ventura testimony so far, including how she explained the freak off gatherings in painstaking details. 3 takeaways. Oh, wait, does this have audio? Let's see what it says. I don't know. Wait, was there other things that I could have pressed play? I don't even know, guys. I do want to watch the Nancy Grace because these ones, she's funny. I know she always has that, like, where she kind of gets mean with him, but this one, she gets really, you'll see. Oh my God, with the one guy. It's so funny though. But I would never want, I'd be so scared to be on her show. Okay, let's see what this says.
Testimony with Cassie. I'm just leaving the courthouse after another day of testimony with Cassie Ventura. She's the ex-girlfriend of Sean Diddy Combs and the star in the criminal case against him. Ventura described the freak-offs in painstaking detail. These encounters involved Combs watching her have sex with other men. Ventura testified that the freak-offs would last for days at a time and that Combs would supply her with drugs in order to keep her awake. Ventura said she first participated in them with Combs when she was just 22 years old, and that eventually she came to believe that it was her job to organize them. Ventura says Combs controlled her life through violence, threats, and blackmail. She testified that Combs would do this by recording the freak-offs and then threatening to release them publicly. And he frequently abused her, she said. Ventura also explained the graphic surveillance video that shows Combs beating her in March 2016. She said it happened after she tried to leave a freak-off early. The defense is trying to show that Ventura willingly participated in these freak-offs. In their questioning of Ventura, they brought up loving and sometimes sexually explicit messages that she sent to Combs. In some of these messages, Ventura expressed excitement about the freak-offs. We still have about 7 weeks to go in the trial, and the prosecution still has a lot of evidence and witnesses lined up. If convicted on all charges, Combs faces up to life in prison.
Okay. That was another thing that they said that he said, because that reminded me, because his pop. He asked, like, because she wanted to have a nickname for him that no one else called him or whatever. And he's like, well, what do you call your grandpa? Pop. So she had her call him Pop. How weird. Like, your grandpa's nickname. Ugh. He's so freaking weird. Ugh. So we have returned to court and are picking up with the exchange of text messages between Sean and Cassie from 2010. Previously on direct, Ventura testified that in the text messages, she wanted to tell Combs that she did not want to participate in the freak-offs, but was afraid he would be upset. Wait. Yeah, I mean, that's the abuse, man. The defense is bringing up text messages from around the period when Ventura asked to have a freak-off with a girl. They are most likely hoping to paint her as complicit in organizing freak-offs and not coerced. Note, these messages are on a BlackBerry phone. The defense is asking Cassie about a weedy series of dates, texts, and meetings with prosecutors. That seems confusing even to her. There have been multiple objections and sidebars and little coherent testimony. The defense is currently bouncing between an incident in 2018 where Ventura claimed Sean R''d her in Malibu and her account of that incident in federal prosecutors in 2023 after she filed her SA lawsuit against Combs. The defense has also asked her to recall meetings with prosecutors in 2025. The defense is zeroing in on a series of texts from September, a month after the incident where Ventura claimed Combs' ardor. Attorneys are dissecting every message, potentially laying out an argument that the couple were still enjoined and friendlier than Ventura had previously conveyed. I don't want to have a conversation where you break up with me again. I want you to love me, and I need you to love me, Combs wrote in one message. The couple agreed to see each other and embrace. The defense is probing the events of September 27th, 2018, when Cassie and Sean met and had sex weeks after he allegedly R'd her. In previous testimony, Ventura said she had consensual sex with Combs once after the R, explaining, "We've been together 10 years. You just don't turn feelings off that way." Now she is being cross-examined about a missed video call Ventura received on September 27th from Alex Fine, her then boyfriend and current husband. Ventura has testified that Fine punched a wall upon learning she had sex with Combs that night. Wait, about a missed call. Okay. A long morning of questioning seems to have had an effect on Cassie. She is fidgeting in her chair, leaning forward to read on a screen, leaning back, appearing tired and dazed. On Friday, she has been asked about her stint in rehab, a R allegation, and whether her current husband was aware of the extent of her relationship with Sean Combs. She has been asked to read dozens of messages over the course of 15 years. She is also 8 months pregnant. Court is recessed for lunch. Attorneys said that they will work through the break to introduce any new evidence they might have. "I think we will finish sooner than expected," said defense lawyer Estevao. I don't know. I'm about done reading here. As members of the gallery exited the courtroom, Sean's children tapped their fist to their chests. What? A sign of solidarity that the family has been performing in the courtroom this week, like as they really, oh my gosh. Sean's trial will not be broadcast, and sketches are the only visuals. Let's see, an illustration captured Combs' lawyer Anna questioning Cassie. So that's the Estevao. It's probably Estevao or something. I don't know. The singer has maintained composure on the stand all week, but her voice was markedly lower as she was asked about going to rehab. Okay, so this is Combs' son's King Justin and his stepson. Is that how it is? Or is it this way? Wait. Right. Son's King Combs, right? That'd be him, right? And then Justin Combs, center, and stepson Quincy Brown, right there. Oh, yeah, I guess. Arrive at Manhattan Federal Court. Sean Combs' 3 sons returned to court at the first week of testimony on their father's trafficking case. At the start of the week, his 6 children arrived at a court holding hands in seemingly coordinated attire as the family made a public show of solidarity. But Combs' daughters, Chance, Jessie, and Delilah, have not been seen since Cassie's first day of testimony on Tuesday. And notably absent on Friday for the first time all week was Combs' mom, Janice. Okay, so she wasn't there Friday. Huh. So Jessie, wait, hold on. Jessie, first day of testimony. So wait, they were the first day then, or maybe the second day. Wow. That reminds me, you know what I first thought of when I was like, oh, they're all holding hands with the Charles Manson trial. Remember? They're all like singing and holding hands and wearing the same thing and they shaved their heads. It's kind of like that. Like they're all solidarity. I don't know. I know it was somewhat different, but it's just like, oh, I know it's their kids. Yeah, so the defense's cross-exam the past 2 days have used text messages trying to suggest that she was more sexually mature and enthusiastic than she expressed in her testimony and to cast doubt on her recollections of her ex. But the big moment of the morning was actually an audio recording in which Ventura threatened to kill a DJ who said he had been lured. Is that what it is? Seen a lured. I don't even know what that I would think it was. I keep thinking that's a misspell and it's supposed to be. I don't even know what that means or how to say that. Let me see. Pronunciation. Oh, I was saying it right. Lurid. I was saying it right, guys. Shoot, I shouldn't even have said anything. Lurid video of her having sex with Combs. Wait. An audio recording which Ventura threatened to kill a DJ who said he had a lurid video of her having sex with Combs. So she threatened to kill him because he just said he had seen it? On the stand, Ventura appeared taken aback by the recording, but also amused. She has occasionally smiled at the defense when answering their questions. Man, I mean, that's just not good, though. I mean, I'm not just saying it. I really want him to be freaking found guilty and do a lot of time, if not life. And it just makes me nervous because, I mean, he could, I mean, potentially he could possibly win this, and it sucks. I hope not. I hope the jury's seeing the games that the defense is trying to play here. To call a new witness Friday. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The defense and prosecution have reached an agreement to redact portions of certain text exchanges they want to submit. And it says Cassie said that she never met up with Sean after seeing him at his ex-partner's Kim Porter's memorial service in 2018. When asked whether Combs had let her go since then, Ventura paused. I don't know about letting me go, she said. The defense had a brief exchange with Cassie about a tour she canceled recently. Sean Combs' attorney, Anna Estavio, referred to the settlement money she received from Combs after she after she filed her sex trafficking lawsuit against him in 2023. Estevao asked if she canceled the tour because she had received that $20 million settlement. Cassie smiled as she answered that wasn't the reason why. Cassie said that Sean Combs has reached out to her multiple times since 2018, the year she claimed he R'd her and she saw him for the last time. The defense showed Ventura a series of texts Combs sent her in 2019 and 2020, congratulating her on a pregnancy, telling her he misses her and that he is sending her love and light and he had a dream about her. The defense had a brief exchange with Cassie, an R&B artist, about a tour. The defense had a brief exchange with Cassie Ventura, an R&B artist, about a tour. Oh, I see. She recently canceled. Sean Combs' attorney, Estavio. See, I knew it. Sometimes they spell this with an E and an A, and I think that's why I keep saying it differently. Because in my head, I'm like, wait, sometimes they do Estevao, and then sometimes they spell it with an A. I swear, go back and look. Oh, anyway, asked Ventura if she canceled the tour after she received a $20 million settlement from Combs to drop her lawsuit against him in 2023. Cassie smiled. Oh, yeah, I already read that. That's like a double, or did I just go back? They asked her about an Instagram post she made, which she said domestic violence is the issue. Combs' team has tactically acknowledged that he physically abused Ventura, but they argue that domestic abuse does not prove the government's sex trafficking and racketeering charges. So the defense also asked her about her reaction last year when CNN aired that security footage. I already saw that. And then it says the prosecutor on redirect They started off by asking Cassie about the volume of text messages she and Sean had over the course of their decade-long relationship. The answer, a lot. Johnson also asked her to revisit text messages in which she told Combs she wanted to freak off for the somebody else, I think that other guy covered this one. She wanted to freak off for the rest of our lives, which the defense had cross-examined her about. In the same thread, Johnson noted Ventura told Combs that she had a urinary tract infection and would rather not do the freak off at all. Okay. Yeah, that attack is what she's saying, that she was upset because she was trying to leave the freak off before he gave her permission. I mean, that's why he was upset. Okay, I think that's all for that part. Kaja Kasokolo. That's her. That's a former model testifying in Harvey Weinstein's retrial. Oh, is he in this one? Oh, yeah. Was seen arriving at a courthouse in the same complex. Oh, the same complex. Never mind. An attorney for Cassie told the Mirror that Sokola is a former client and was there to support Ventura as she faced cross-exam from Combs' lawyers. Oh, okay. Huh. Wow. But she was questioned by Weinstein's defense team this week after she alleged that the disgraced Hollywood producer essayed her when she was a teenager in the early 2000s. People. I hate some people. Cassie sobbed during her last exchange with prosecutor Emily Johnson, repeating that the freak-offs and beatings made her feel worthless like dirt. She told Combs she didn't want to do them, she said, but feared for her safety, her career, and her relationship with Combs if she didn't comply with his wishes. The government's brief redirect of Cassie is over, and now the defense team gets another chance to question the prosecution's star witness. Look, now it's with an A or an E. Esteveo seized on Ventura's recent testimony that she feared saying no to a freak-off in part because she didn't want Combs to break up with her. You knew Combs' sexual preferences was to have freak-offs, Esteveo said. I don't know that it was a rule, Ventura responded. You knew being his girlfriend meant performing in freak-offs, Esteveo repeated over time. Ventura acknowledged, seeming a bit frazzled. My mind is a little all over the place right now, she said. Ventura's beating and the Sean Combs has a reach. Okay. I think that's when no. I don't know. They play it sometime. Obviously they play. I don't know what day they played it. I think they played the hotel video. I think that they played that the first day. But I don't know when. Oh, when they played the freak off videos. That's how embarrassing for her. That's just because I feel like. Why do I feel like they could get leaked? Just that fear, because now they're kind of out there. Yeah, they're sealed, but just I don't know. Okay, so let's do. There was 2 Nancy Graces. Oh, before I do that, let me see. Hold on. Let me look up Justin Bieber's thing so I could read it to you. It's really short. His response finally. Okay. I'm not signing up. There's other ones I could look at. Oh, okay. Yeah, right here. I think this is it. Says, although Justin is not among Sean Combs' victims, there are individuals who were genuinely harmed by him. Shifting focus away from this reality detracts from the justice these victims rightfully deserve. That was the statement he said about it. So they said about it, although Justin is not among Sean's victims. There are individuals who were generally harmed by him. Shifting focus away from this reality detracts from the justice these victims rightfully deserved. I mean, how old is he there? What does it say? Wait. One video in 2009 showed the pair outside a house standing by a car with Diddy saying, "As soon as you turn 16, I'm going to let you rock this car." Many claim the clip alluded to sexual acts, as Diddy said, "He's having 48 hours with Diddy. We're hanging out, and what we're doing we can't really disclose, but it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream." He added, "I have been given custody of him. He signed to Usher, and I had legal guardianship of Usher when he did his first album." I don't have legal guardianship of Justin, but for the next 48 hours, he's with me and we're going to go full crazy. That's what he said in that video. I'm sure most of you guys seen that video of them two with the car where he takes the cover off the car. Another video taken from the rapper and Justin's 2011 appearance on Jimmy Kimmel Live featured Diddy saying that Justin knows better than to be talking about things he does with Big Brother Puff on national television. That's right. I remember seeing that one too. In another resurfaced clip, a visibly uncomfortable Justin is being questioned by Diddy about why they haven't been spending as much time together. You ain't been calling me and hanging out the way we used to hang out, Diddy said, with Justin responding that he's all good. These moments, once seen as a playful banter, are now being looked at with more critical eye. It was through Usher that Justin was first introduced to Diddy. The pair formed a bond with Diddy, taking Justin under his wing and offering him a glimpse into the luxurious and fast-paced lifestyle of a music mogul. This connection became a part of Justin's early image of a rising star, with Diddy seen as a mentor figure who was helping guide the young talent. On September 16th, 2024, Diddy was taken into custody. His lawyer, Mark, released a statement following his arrest saying, "We are disappointed with the decision to pursue what we believe is an unjust prosecution of Mr. Combs. Sean Diddy Combs is a music icon, self-made entrepreneur, loving family man, and proven philanthropist. He is an imperfect person, but he is not a criminal." Okay. Yeah, right. Sure, he's not. But that's that. Okay, and now let's watch Nancy Grace. We got to. There's two of them, though, so I'm trying to think which one's funnier because they're both kind of long, so I don't know if we'll be able to watch both. Let me see here. No, this one's only 10, and then the other one's a little bit longer, I think. So let's watch this in the order I watched them. I watched this one first, and then, hold on. Wait. Yeah. That's it. That's it. That is it. Okay. She's so funny, I swear to God. I don't know why she cracks me up. How's everybody doing? Where's everybody at?
Breaking news tonight. Diddy sucks Prince Harry into a sex traffic cesspool. This as
God.
Justin Bieber makes a bombshell announcement amid claims he too was abused by Sean Combs.
That's what I don't understand. That first part, that's not the whole thing was that he wasn't. And this is a new one. I'm so confused why she said that. That's and I watched this all. I don't think maybe I missed that part because I think I was doing stuff as I was watching it because I don't remember her saying what. But he said he wasn't. So let's see. Let's see. I swear I watched all this one.
Diddy grilling Cassie on an NFL mystery lover as a Chris Brown romance revealed. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us. This as reports of Sean Combs's Tootsie Roll.
She is comparing Combs to a Tootsie Roll.
Itty bitty ditty.
Thank you for Michael Jackson.
Itty bitty ditty. Itty bitty ditty, the Tootsie Roll. Sean Combs' Tootsie Roll. Yeah, I said that, but I didn't say it first. An alleged victim said it first, but let's get to now. Joining us outside the courthouse, Lauren Conlon, investigative reporter and star of Pop Crime TV. Lauren, thank you for being with us. What is this I'm hearing about a mystery NFL lover? And what does that have to do with Sean Combs being charged with sex trafficking and RICO criminal enterprise? They're just dragging Cassie through the mud for no reason.
I agree with you, Nancy. A lot of what we're hearing on the stand from Cassie, many of us are questioning what this has to do with anything besides laying a foundation.
And real quick, I know people would complain about my phone. I'm not going to be doing that anymore. I'm on my phone right now because I'm going to go to the bathroom. If I go get something, I like to watch it on my phone because I can't use the AirPods. I used to just listen on my computer, but when that sometimes I go out of the distance of that and then it unshares the audio, so I don't do that anymore. So yeah, I am going to play it on my phone. I don't want people to be like, she's on her phone again. Because sometimes I get on it for other reasons to look up something that we're talking about or bring up my live or set the goal. I should have done another goal so I could order some more calls. I still have the calls, you guys. So hopefully tomorrow I might be up late trying to go through these. I hope there's some good stuff in it. I haven't even opened it. All right.
But the NFL player, we heard about this mysterious NFL player that really was trying to get us to see why Diddy was jealous. We also heard about a 2013 incident where Diddy was jealous of Cassie because she was allegedly dancing with Chris Brown and he stole her phone. Cassie actually denied on the stand that she was dancing with Chris Brown at all, but she does remember him stealing her phone. There was another incident we heard about that was pretty traumatizing for her, where she was driving with Diddy in the car to a doctor's appointment and he told her, hey, text your mom you're okay. And I'm paraphrasing. As soon as she unlocked her phone, she said that Diddy grabbed it, ran off with it, and she didn't get it back for a few hours and her mom called the police.
Wow. You know what? I'm going to follow up with a shrink in just a few moments about the type of power and control. When I was working at the Battered Women's Center as a volunteer, Lauren, at that juncture, everybody was still tethered to the wall with a phone, right? And the perp would snatch the phone out of the wall. Here, same thing, different decade. So, what else is happening in the courtroom beside the defense trying to drag Cassie Ventura through the mud? And after a moment, a particular moment of shredding her on cross-exam, Sean Combs had a hot mic incident where you could hear him say, I'm proud of you, to the lawyer that was attacking Cassie Ventura.
I thought that her approach was gentle. She wasn't badgering Cassie, and that was strategic. Well, we are not really seeing that on the remainder of the cross. We're seeing a lot of Cassie being called out for things. She had alleged an incident where Diddy seemed to have this almost mafioso type dinner, and these are my words, after she heard about someone allegedly having an FO tape. Well, there was an explosive recording played where Cassie approached this person about the FO tape, and she said things like, I will kill you. I will bury you under the dirt. Again, I'm paraphrasing. And then she said, and it won't be me. I won't have blood on my hands. It'll be someone else. So, that wasn't great. I did feel for Cassie on that. And oh, Nancy, we actually heard about Jonathan Odie. We actually heard from Cassie herself that she saw him hold up a phone during an FO and she went to tell Sean Combs. And the prosecutor asked her, well, do you know what happened? Did he pay him off? Do you know about this? Cassie alleged she didn't know, but the rest of us know what happened.
To Brett Brown joining me, Executive Director of Surviving Assault Standing Strong. It's a nonprofit to eradicate trafficking and abuse on girls and women. It seems to me that every way he could embarrass her, every way he could humiliate her or debase her, that's what he did. And yes, I know that she texted back uh, as a willing participant at the beginning of their relationship when she's a young girl and he's like almost 20 years older than her, orchestrating all this. But so often, Brett, we see the victim going along because they feel like they don't really have a choice.
Oh, yeah, she absolutely had to go along. It's ludicrous to me that the defense is even using these texts because the reality is this is a man she could never be honest with. So she had to answer every time he texted, and she had to say whatever she could to keep him from beating her. And that's true in her text directly to him and to his circle around him. He had an army of enablers allowing all of this to take place. If anything stands out to me in her text, she said a few things. That one, she needed to feel safe in order to participate in the freak offs, that the freak offs left her feeling grimy, and that the intimacy felt different than when they first started dating when they were in love, which means that at some point, Sean Combs' real personality emerged in this so-called relationship, and she did not feel safe. She did not feel loved. She felt grimy and used, and then she was beaten for it when she tried to express that. So these exchanges back and forth are not really an accurate depiction of what this relationship is like. I think the most accurate depiction would be the video footage from the hotel.
Straight out to a veteran trial lawyer joining us, Eric Faddis, founding partner, Varner Faddis Elite Legal, former felony prosecutor. Faddis, voluntary use of drugs or alcohol is never a defense. If it were, everybody in the Fulton County Courthouse would walk free by saying, oh, I was high at the time. Sorry, bye. No, that is not a defense. So arguing that Diddy acted out, I mean, that's like eating a dirt sandwich, acted out. In other words, beat her, committed felonies because he was high or coming down off drugs. That's not going to work under the law, Faddis.
Yeah, Nancy, certainly not a defense to any of these charges. When it comes to criminal defense, you have statutory defenses and you have non-statutory defenses, which are just things defense attorneys kind of come up with that they think is going to mitigate their client's blame, their client's culpability. I think what they were hoping for is to try to suggest to this jury that it wasn't, the real Diddy who was committing these things. It was some Diddy who was hopped up and intoxicated on drugs. Does that really excuse his behavior? Legally, no. Could it mitigate it in the eyes of some jurors? That remains to be seen.
Okay, yeah. Everything that you just said is BS because you said that there are statutory defenses, in other words, accepted defenses like it was an accident, it was self-defense, it wasn't me, I have an alibi. Those are, as you're calling them, statutory or accepted defenses that actually work. That's what that means. Then you mentioned something about non-statutory defenses. This is where I'm calling BS on you, Faddis. Non-statutory defenses. Like this one, I tried a homicide. There were two defendants, two defense lawyers ganging up on me, and one of them came up with transferred intent. I'm like, what is that? And he actually argued. I was so happy. I tried not to smile. He actually argued to the jury, yes, I gunned down the victim, but it was the wrong person. I meant to shoot somebody else. I meant to shoot a drug dealer, not a 12-year-old boy coming home from band practice. So he admitted he shot somebody down, an unarmed person. Okay. Is that what you're calling a non-statutory defense? In other words, a defense that doesn't work? Because the law is black and white letter of the law. Voluntary use of drugs or alcohol is not a defense. You said something about it's just something they make up, hoping to mitigate liability or culpability in front of a jury. Did I get that right? Because I'm loving this. Baby oil again in the courtroom. Why?
Nancy, that was brought up again to dispel a few rumors surrounding this case. So Cassie testifies that drugs were never in the baby oil that was used in the freak-offs. The baby oil was not laced with anything. It was just baby oil, though they did take drugs
Oh, okay.
together.
Wait, Sid, you're
before the
telling me there
freak-off.
were no drugs in the baby oil. It was just old school on camera. Okay, that makes it all better. There's still the claims, the allegations, and supported by many, many female victims that they had a few sips of a drink and suddenly they woke up with their turning because their drinks had been laced with GHB or something akin to gamma hydroxybutyrate.
I wanted to play that next one that was, oh, well, I have it. That next one that came up. That's the one I was going to play. This is funny. Hold on.
Breaking news tonight.
This one's even, watch how mean she gets with this one guy.
Sean
Hold on a
Combs,
second.
Diddy's-
Stop it. Okay, hold on. I would not want to be on her show. I'd be too scared. Oh my gosh. I'd be freaked out. But this is what I was going to ask you guys. Do you guys think, just exiting out some of these, do you think that some of these people are just kind of like know what to expect with her, so like it's almost like a joke? Or I even almost think it could be to a point where it's set up where like ahead of time like she warns them or says something like, we're just gonna mess around or something, where she could be mean to them, but then they don't take it. They know it's like all like kind of like just for the show. Or I'm not sure if that's the case with her, but I think it could be like people know how she is. So like when she does treat him like crap, some of them will still come back because they just know like that's just her. But there's this one guy you'll see. Oh my God. I don't think it's a joke. I mean, she just tells him like, I lost respect for you. I don't even, like, oh my God. I've seen her be mean, but I feel like this is the meanest I've seen her be to this guy. Oh my God, it's funny. It's on this one. All right.
Tootsie Roll revealed as Cassie Ventura on cross-examination all day. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us.
Black eyes, fat lips, mouth sores, many UTIs. She was expected to go through with these freak-offs, and I think many of us watching here all feel the same way. I mean, justice for Cassie, Nancy.
Joining us at the courthouse, having sat through testimony all day, investigative reporter, co-host, Pop Crime TV, Lauren Conlon. Lauren, thank you for being with us. I cannot believe, Lauren Conlon, that one of the questions that was solicited, testimony from Cassie on cross-exam, was where Sean Combs, Diddy, actually claims that hotel beatdown of Cassie Ventura hurt his career. That's their takeaway from him beating her to an inch of her life. That, hey, didn't you know this was going to ruin his career? Seriously?
Yes, the defense kind of honed in on the fact of her lawsuit as well, her 2023 lawsuit. They asked her on the stand, well, what do you think happened to Sean Combs's career after you filed this lawsuit? There were some objections, but initially Cassie had to testify that, yeah, it didn't help. But that was a pretty incredible moment, Nancy.
Whoa. You mean the state did not stand up that moment and object? They let her start answering? What's wrong with them?
Well, they objected, and then the defense had to rephrase the question a few times. And it seems like that's happening a lot here. It's state of mind versus truth. That seems to be the theme. So there are a lot of objections, a lot of sidebars over this evidence, specifically the evidence of text messages and emails.
Oh, my stars. In just a moment, I'm going to go to high profile lawyer Greg Morse, because if you want to be a trial lawyer, you've got to be like a gunslinger in the Wild West and have split second timing, because you have to object the minute that question comes out of the other side's mouth before your witness can answer. That's the whole point. You don't let the answer start and let the question sink into the jury. No. Oh, they're slow on the draw. Okay, give me the highlights of what's happening with Cassie Ventura on the stand.
Yes, Cassie Ventura during cross-examination, I feel like the defense is being gentle. She's being cross-examined by one of Diddy's attorneys, Anna Estevea. And when I say that she's being gentle, they actually are.
There you go, Estevea. Unless if she's just saying it wrong. Because I was originally thought Estevea, but then I started saying maybe it's Estavia. Like that sounds more like, I don't know, Estevia, because I don't know if it's or because they change it with an E and an A, that middle initial. But she's saying Estevea. Okay, I'll just go with what she says because she's at the court. So Estevea.
Are sharing a few laughs on the stand when Cassie saw a 2007 email that she wrote Diddy. But essentially what we're seeing are emails of Cassie saying that she would do a freak off at any point with him. And these emails are coming in about 2.5 years after their relationship. There's also talk about how she would, quote, travel anywhere for him, do anything for him. Again, about 2 years into their relationship, when she testified during direct that she was being abused during this time and she didn't want to do freak offs. Additionally, during direct, she testified that she would be forced to do these freak offs during her period. Well, the defense showed us text messages today about Diddy asking her about when her period was for the purpose of FO planning. Additionally, they are showing pictures of Cassie texting Diddy getting off jets after an FO weekend, saying I had a great time.
Hold on, back it up just a minute. Lauren Cullen joining me from the courthouse. So there were texts shown to the jury where Sean Combs, defendant Sean Combs, asked Cassie about her period as it relates to planning freak offs. At any point in those texts, did Sean Combs, say, oh, okay, we won't have a freak off that week? Did that happen?
He did not say, no, we won't have a freak off, but Cassie's response was that she was going to miss her period that month.
Okay, so I'm curious about what the state's going to do with that, because they left it hanging. He's not offering not to have a freak off during her period. How do I know he didn't plan the freak off specifically because she was having a period? I don't know. After all I've heard, that's possible. Okay, back to you, Lauren. What else happened?
So I want to tell you also what seems to be relevant for the defense, or what they're trying to prove, is Sean Combs' alleged opioid addiction. They are asking Cassie, did you think or did you know he was addicted to opioids? And she said, yes, he told me. And then they go on to say, well, don't you think that, you know, when he was coming down from opioids or when he was withdrawing, he was a bit more volatile? In my opinion, they are really pushing this, that, you know, when he was withdrawing from drugs, that's when he was violent, and that's why he was violent.
Okay. What I guess they're forgetting with all of that legal power on the defense team is that drugs and alcohol, voluntary use of drugs or alcohol, are never a defense. Okay. Back to what she is saying on the stand. Tell me how she's looked on the stand so far on cross-examination.
Well, like I said, she shared some laughs with Anna Estevea, and she does appear relaxed, and she's handling it so well. I mean, again, she's 8.5 months pregnant, and you know, she's very calm. Her demeanor is poised, and Anna Estevea has even said to Cassie, "Look," because again, Nancy, we have heard and seen some very explicit text messages and emails from Diddy and Cassie to each other. And Estevea is saying, look, if you don't want to read these, you don't have to. And Nancy, they are very graphic. We are hearing a lot that maybe I did not need to hear. Additionally, Cassie is showing that she is being open and honest with her communication with Diddy, sending him paragraphs about how she feels about freak offs. But in this particular paragraph or email, she's saying, look, I don't know if I want to do it because I feel like that's all I'm good for. So the defense is showing us that, hey, Cassie, you were open and honest with Diddy, but you're saying that you couldn't be at a certain point. So it's, again, it's early, and I feel like the cross-examination is going to last about 2 days.
Now, I understand that Combs's lawyer is seemingly suggesting that the freak-offs that he, Combs, forced her to participate in were simply part of a swinger lifestyle. But Ventura is pretty strong on the stand, stating that a swinger lifestyle is very different than forcing her to be in freak-offs practically every week of their multi-year relationship.
Yes, and Cassie testified yesterday also that she didn't want to be a swinger because she didn't really want to see Combs with another woman. However, today we saw a message exchanged from Cassie to Diddy where she says that she wants to see him with another woman as part of this fantasy. And I'm paraphrasing, but I think a lot of us were like, oh, okay, that's not great. And we're seeing a lot of that, a lot of contradictions with the period, with the talk of another woman. And I believe that they are showing pictures of Cassie and Diddy getting off airplanes after freak off weekends to negate the trafficking charges.
Okay, a close look at the law will negate that premise they're trying to advance. But I'm really curious about the freak-offs and about them pressing Cassie Ventura on the stand on cross-examination about the lawsuit, as if the lawsuit was all her fault, that there was no basis to the lawsuit. How did Cassie Ventura hold up when they were grilling her about the lawsuit, the $20 million lawsuit?
Like I said, she was great. She seemed unfazed, unaffected, poised, and she admitted after Estevea had to rephrase the question a few times that, yeah, the lawsuit that she filed did not help his career.
And isn't it true, Lauren Collin, that in one email they presented to her on cross-examination, she was very, very young, and she was describing how grateful she was to Sean Combs helping her get a leg up in the music industry. And she started laughing. She goes, yeah, I was really young then.
Yes, absolutely. But she also pointed out that during the time that she met Sean Combs, she had her own money. She was successful in her own right with modeling, and she was dating a man named Ryan Leslie, who was a music producer who helped her out a lot. And he was actually the one that introduced her to Diddy. Now, the defense, they made a point to say, well, Ms. Ventura, wasn't Ryan Leslie 10 years older than you? Because Cassie did say on the stand numerous times, Sean Combs is 17 years older than her. She, alluded to the fact that she was taken advantage of. So yeah, they had to point out, well, you've dated older men before.
In addition to Lauren Collin joining us at the courthouse and Sydney Sumner also covering the trial, straight out to Dr. Bethany Marshall joining us, renowned psychoanalyst out of LA, author of Deal Breakers. You can see her on Peacock now and find her at drbethanymarshall.com. Bethany Marshall, having worked with battered women for decades, including on the hotline at the Battered Women's Center and representing them in court once the case turned into a felony, very often female victims are full of contradictions. For instance, they try to go along with what the abuser wants them to do. They play along. They don't tell their friends or their family they're getting beaten or abused. They act like they are amenable to much of the abuse, but there are reasons for that, and it's really hard to understand it. Explain.
Well, what I hear in the testimony this morning is that there's a young girl who's very, very much in love with the perpetrator, and she believes this is a real love relationship. So she's trying to hang on to the love. She doesn't realize she's being sex trafficked, and that at first she doesn't. So all of his malevolence, his antagonism, his abuse really makes her double down and want his love even more. And research shows that the more tenuous an attachment is, the more the woman will try to hold on to the love object. So I hear her just placating him and fending off abuse and trying to make sure that she's in his good graces because she's harboring the illusion that she might be important to him someday.
Joining me in addition to Dr. Bethany Marshall, special guest Rob Shooter, host of Naughty But Nice podcast, former publicist to Sean Combs, and author of The 4-Word Answer. You know him very well and saw many of his mood swings, and that's certainly euphemistic, putting perfume on the pig there. Did you ever see the bad side of Diddy?
I saw the bad side of Diddy. I saw a grumpy and angry, aggressive side of Diddy. I didn't see a side of Diddy that I'm seeing right now, though, in this trial. It's horrifying, the details, the texts, the intimate conversations. But I did see, let me say, Nancy, I saw a really good side of Diddy, and that's what makes this so complicated for everybody involved. He's arguably one of the most charming people I have ever met. He can turn it on, he can play the game, and that's why people like Cassie was under his spell for so long.
You know what, Rob Shooter, you know what you just reminded me of? When I was working the hotline on the Battered Women's Center, we had a frequent caller, and I'm not going to say what jurisdiction from where she was calling, but guess who her husband was? The mayor. The mayor. Gregarious, charming. Many people thought he was good looking. I didn't. But we heard it over and over and over, right? So just because you see a charming side and the world sees a charming side does not mean that he's actually charming. Help me verbalize this, Dr. Bethany Marshall.
Okay, so if you look at the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders under sociopathy.
Okay, please don't say things like that. The diagnostic statistic, what? Break it down, woman.
Okay, the criteria for sociopathy, one of the criteria is that the individual has a thin veneer of affability and sociability that hides a cold, calculated interior. So they are very charming as long as they're getting their way. And the minute somebody crosses them or fails to gratify them, they become vicious.
When, if ever, was the last time you checked your home's title? Well, if you're like me, the answer is never. So stop what you're doing and make sure your title is still in your name immediately. Go to HomeTitleLock.com, use promo code Nancy. You also get a free title history report plus a free 14-day trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. Free. That's 24/7 title monitoring, urgent alerts to any changes, and if fraud should happen, they spend up to $1 million to fix it. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Use promo code Nancy. She would be drugged in order to perform the freak-offs.
We are learning about what a vile human Diddy is, as if we didn't already know. She did break down on the stand a few times. It is heartbreaking and just painful to listen to.
Vile, yes, but he's not here trying to be crowned Miss Congeniality. Okay, this is a felony multi-count indictment by the feds. And I'm wondering, straight out to a veteran trial lawyer, Greg Morse, joining me out of Palm Beach, criminal defense attorney of Morse Legal and author of The Untested on Amazon. Morse, I'm thinking about the actual charges here. And he's not charged with domestic abuse. And I'm just wondering if part of that is by plan. You just heard Rob Shooter, right? An everyman that actually knows Sean Combs. If the jury is left thinking, wow, did she stay in that willingly? Was that her decision to endure all that? Even though we see with our own eyes her being beaten and dragged back to a freak off she's trying to get away from, those issues could linger. But what they're going for, the gold, right, is the sex trafficking and the RICO charges, because those charges are the meat of this indictment. Those charges carry the biggest penalties. And all the state has to prove is that Sean Combs was in a loose group called a confederation, a loose group with other people that planned and executed illegal activities. That illegal activity could be as simple as transporting sex workers across state lines for a freak off. It could be paying them for illegal activity. Any of that would support the RICO claim. I want you to analyze the charges, because as emotional as the testimony is, as disgusting as the freak off video is, some of the jurors were actually like doing this and looking away. They could hardly look at it. One guy held his hand up to his head as he was watching a freak off video. It's so bad that the monitor, they have individual monitors like you have on an airplane, right? An individual monitor. So nobody out in the audience, or certainly not the press, can see what's on the screen. And there are privacy screens covering those individual monitors for the jury, because it's that disgusting. It's that debasing to Cassie Ventura. It's that bad. Question is, can they prove the sex trafficking? Can they prove the RICO?
Well, I mean, RICO is used because it makes the government's job easy. That's why they use it. You're responsible for other people's
Not what I
actions.
asked
That's why
you.
the conspiracy's
Sounds like
there.
you've got sour grapes. I asked, can they prove it?
No sour grapes, not at all.
It's never
This is,
easy
listen,
when you're sitting
as-
across a courtroom full of $10 million
Just-
lawyers. That's never easy. You're being trite, and I don't like it.
No, not being trite, but what you have here is a domestic violence situation that the federal government bootstrapped into this ridiculous sex trafficking case. It is very easy for them to prove, because if you have one person talks about Cassie wanting to go to Atlanta, there's your interstate right there. So it's a very easy element that's already been proven this morning. However, so if you have prostitutes that are hired to come to these parties, even though it's consensual, the government can prove that. There you go. It's proven right there. But the reality of Cassie's testimony, unfortunately for this young lady, is that she wasn't happy in the relationship. She was upset, and this should be a state domestic violence situation. The battered spouse relates to the domestic violence, not the parties that she was intentionally going to.
Actually,
we may not.
Starting to lose the respect I had for you as an adversary. You're a great defense lawyer. You're great in the courtroom. You win a lot of cases. But to say to Lynn Shaw joining me, founder, director, Lynn's Warriors, dedicated, it's a nonprofit to ending sex trafficking and abuse of girls and women, to say, oh, you put up this young woman and she's just unhappy in the relationship. That's not what this case is about, her being unhappy.
Yeah. Well, Nancy, we're witnessing right now on your program, how the justice system looks at victims. Cassie has been groomed. Can't anybody understand what this is? She was 19. Okay, so that's legally an adult. But you see the years of the back and the forth, all these text messages and things like that. This is a young woman that was groomed from the get-go. They keep going back. They keep trying to, make it whole. They keep trying to prove themselves to somebody. And you know what? I am tired. We stand next to victims and survivors all the time, and the courts don't understand. Lawyers, I'm sorry, with all due respect, do not understand sex trafficking. Yes, right now we're talking about domestic violence, all this horror, but we're laying out the groundwork of grooming to lead to sex trafficking. So I'm really getting tired of everybody. It's 2025, not understanding the process of these powerful men in particular. Money, you know what? And they have the law behind them, and they rip apart the victims. Dirty Diddy is going down, and we're laying out for sex trafficking right here.
Joining me is Sydney Sumner on the case from the very, very beginning. Monitor every single thing that's happening in the courtroom. Cassie Ventura on cross-examination. This as reports of Sean Combs's Tootsie Roll emerging from another alleged sex attack victim. What does that mean, Sydney Sumner?
Well, Nancy, according to this victim, on her fourth outing with Combs, so she had met him in a hotel elevator. They had spent a few nights out together. But on their third night, she left early with her friend without telling him, which apparently really angered Combs. He said, "I don't think you know who I am. People don't do that to me." So the next time they all met up, the situation felt sketchy from the beginning. She got into a car. There were a bunch of big men in that car. She could see used condoms on the ground, women's underwear, and they ended up back at Combs' apartment. She wanted to go home, but he said, "No, I need to stop by my apartment first. You're going to come up with me." He pins her to a bed, and as he pulls his pants down to rape her, word for word, she says she didn't think it would hurt as much due to his lack of length and girth. So she is comparing Combs' penis to a Tootsie Roll. And later in that same lawsuit, she refers to him as itty bitty ditty.
Okay, Rob Shooter, testimony aside, there's really no coming back from that for Diddy.
There's no way that they're coming back from that. And I would guess this is a detail. It's scandalous and we're talking about it, but this is a really important detail and it's very, very easy to be proven. Let's see that
Wait,
she can
Rob Shooter, are you crazy?
No, let's see it.
Are we talking about the same thing? You actually think that federal prosecutors are going to prove that there's an itty bitty ditty in Diddy's pants,
Jackson.
that there's more of a Tootsie Roll than a cannon? Seriously? No, nobody's going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. That's not an element of proof, Shooter. What are you talking about?
Well, if they can prove that she can describe Diddy's, then that's a really important point for her to make. And so I know they did this in the Michael Jackson trial. Several witnesses described what Michael Jackson looked like. And so I think describing what Diddy looks like is very important. It will prove the point, and hopefully she'll win her case.
Okay, Shooter, you actually made a legal point. You may need to consider that whole PR thing you've got going on. Yes, that did happen in the Michael Jackson case, but I hardly think that the defense is going to broach the subject of itty bitty Diddy being in Diddy's pants. Okay, that's a whole nother can of worms. And as is so often when you're trying a case, you learn a lot more information than you ever wanted to. Now, that's kind of funny, right? Right? Itty bitty Diddy, the Tootsie Roll in Diddy's pants. But hold on, not that funny. Listen.
Discussing their breakup, Combs took her to lunch and had a deep conversation that brought a sense of closure. But when Combs dropped her off at home, he pinned her down and raped her. He says she doesn't believe Combs even noticed her crying and telling him no. After ejaculating inside her, Cassie says Combs calmly got up and left.
Bethany Marshall, Shooter, had
He's marking his territory
about Sean Combs's Tootsie Roll, but did you hear what came out on the stand with Cassie Ventura under oath? That when they had a lunch to rehash, this is why we're breaking up. He takes her back and, according to her, rapes her and then gets up and walks out without a word.
This is just one more iteration of what he did throughout their entire relationship. Anytime she tried to develop herself away from him or establish her own life, he would send his goonies over. He would break into her door at the middle of the night. He would rape her. He would watch other men rape her. He would debase her. The fact that somebody has pointed out that there's a little bitty itty ditty inside of Diddy's pants, I think that's an interesting twist because he has debased so many men and women. The fact that somebody could actually debase him with reality, it sounds like he was actually not that well endowed, I think it's kind of a fair turnaround as this entire trial is.
Please join us on our mission to find missing people, especially children, to solve unsolved homicides. If you're on the go, catch us on your favorite podcast app where you can get all of our content where we, in our own way, seek justice.
Throughout the day, alleged victim Cassie Ventura on the stand
now on cross-examination by Sean Combs' $10 million defense team. By all accounts, she's holding up really well. Now, the defense is trying their best to make a lot of points, scoring points on heavily pregnant Cassie Ventura. But can anything the defense says erase this mental picture? Roll it. Look at Cassie Ventura holding up her little left hand, trying to protect herself, cowering in the corner, holding up her hand, trying to stop Combs from beating her further. Look at that. Him walking by like he's the king of the Intercontinental as she cowers in the corner, holding her head where he's already kicked her in the head, and then holding up her left hand, that pitiful little left hand, to try to fight him off. Immediately after that, we see still photos of where he throws a vase at her, the shattered shards on the floor. He aimed at her when he threw that. The dirt on the wall, that's what he threw at her. What if it had hit her? To Chris McDonough joining me, Director, Cold Case Foundation, former homicide detective, before that in Vice for many, many years, star of The Interview Room on YouTube. Chris McDonough, frankly, I don't care what they say on cross. I don't care what they try to elicit from Cassie Ventura. That video tells me that what was happening in the freak-offs was not something she wanted to do. She did not want to be a part of it, and she was trying to get away from one when he came out, beat her, and her holding up her little hand, trying to fight him off, and literally drag her back.
Yeah, absolutely, Nancy. I mean, that video in of itself shows us the helplessness within this victim. And we now also know where the P came from in his name after that emotional urinal testimony. This is about power, dominance, and control. And Diddy breaking down people like a drill instructor using violence and intimidation. And once he gets them right where he wants them, well, then he can do anything that he wants with his deviant fantasies. I mean, look what he's doing here in this particular video. She doesn't exist. She is just an instrument of his violence and his insecurities. That's what he's doing here. She's a hero.
And we know where the defense is going, trying to explain away this video. Listen to me taking on Mark Garagos about this and Harvey Levin.
What they say is that the fight was not over the freak off. The fight was over a text message on Diddy's phone that Cassie saw involving another woman. So that's what they're laying out. I mean, they've as much as said that, right?
Correct.
From our friends at Tubi and more.
She was getting dragged back into that hotel room for a freak off, and she was trying to get away.
Well, hold on.
Garagos. Nobody was swinging.
That's not what the defense is going to argue. They're not going to say it was over a freak off, right?
Yeah, I mean, the public filings dispute that.
From our friends at Tubi, they can argue it's not a freak off till they're blue in the face. But their theory that she was the aggressor. You're trying, let's see the video again. You're trying to tell me that 90-pound Cassie Ventura is beating Sean Combs's bony rear end? No, That is what they're claiming, that she's the bad guy here. She's the aggressor because she is angry that she saw a text to Combs from another woman. Bethany Marshall, they can argue that until they use up every ounce of oxygen in the courtroom. But that don't make it true.
It does not make it true, Nancy. And if anybody out there knows about domestic violence, what they also know is that perpetrators always claim that they're being abused by the victim. That's domestic abuse and sex
I didn't know they
trafficking
always claimed
101.
they were the ones being abused.
They always do. Ask police officers who go to domestic violence calls. Once they get there, the perp, usually the larger person, often substance abusing, which is what we see here, usually says, "Oh, she hit me," or "she this," or "she that," and the
Oh
scene
yeah, I'm
just
I'm
does
familiar
not
with
back
them
it up.
saying she started it. Yeah,
She
you're right,
started it.
Bethany. They always say she started it. Okay,
Like
and
a
so you
3-year-old
see
does.
that being mirrored here.
I see that being mirrored here in so many ways because he actually, I don't even know how much he or the defense is saying this to manipulate the jury. I think in P. Diddy's mind, he actually believes she did something to him. That is the kind of psychopathology that we're seeing here. One little detail stands out to me, Nancy, and I haven't been able to get it out of my mind. She went to rehab numerous times because she wanted a good, sober, healthy life. And then he re-addicted her. She had to use substances to get through the freak-offs. So this is yet another indication of sex trafficking. This is what Johns do. They addict their victims.
You know, to Sydney Sumner joining me, Crime Stories investigative reporter, it's not just her testimony. It's not just what she says. Wasn't there a witness that what was going on in the Intercontinental was a freak-off?
Yes, Nancy, the first person on the stand, Israel Flores, the security guard at the Intercontinental Hotel, testified that he saw another man in their hotel room. Now, could that have been unrelated to a freak-off? Possibly. But for Cassie to attack Combs in front of this other random man, why was he there? Why was he in their room? I don't understand how the defense is going to combat that piece of testimony. And they did try and point out on his cross-exam that Flores did not mention that man in his initial incident report. And Flores's response was that he was not involved in the assault. That was his concern, what he saw in the hallway. So it'll be interesting to see how they try and prove that Cassie was upset over text and this wasn't a freak-off.
Cassie Ventura switches up her appearance for her third day on the stand. Wearing a tuxedo jacket over a cream-colored blouse, Cassie answers questions softly, almost at a whisper. The last 2 days on the stand may be taking a toll on the pregnant mom, Cassie requesting a 10-minute break just an hour into her cross-examination. When Cassie returns from her break, she clutches a string of beads with a tassel on it as lawyer Ana Estavo continues to ask her about sexually explicit text messages sent to her boyfriend in the early years of their relationship.
These freak-offs lasted between 1 and 4 days.
Cassie Ventura choking on a sex worker's urine.
This was a man with seemingly unlimited power and willing to use it to do whatever it takes to get what he wants.
The truth about Diddy is much, much more dark.
Cassie Ventura on the stand throughout the day on cross-examination. She held up like a trooper on direct. But during cross, she often broke down in tears. She requested a break. This as the state is pummeling her with questions about the nature of her relationship with Sean Combs, pointing out texts where she seems amenable to freak-offs. Of course, those were in the early years when she was very young dating Sean Combs. But this is the harsh reality. Back out to veteran trial lawyer Greg Morse to prove a RICO, racketeering, organized crime, a conspiracy, a crime conspiracy case. You have to have an underlying crime. It's like prosecuting the mob if they never committed a murder or a theft or money laundering. Prosecute the gang hanging out at Uncle Paulie's. That's not a crime. There has to be a crime that the group comes together, even very loosely, and enables. The group has to enable a crime. What am I getting at? If the defense can show or prove to the jury that everything that happened was willing and consensual, then there is nothing that was done illegally. See what I mean? So everyone keeps saying this is not about domestic abuse. This is not about a sex attack. This is about RICO and sex trafficking. Without the underlying felonies, you don't have a case.
Well, you're right, you don't. But in this situation, the way it's charged, that could be prostitution, transporting other sex workers, not Cassie and the rape. So they don't need to prove necessarily just that. But you again, I think you proved it in the segment you just did. This is a domestic violence situation that everybody's bootstrapping into this horrible sex trafficking case. That's just not what this is. This is but the government doesn't have a hard time approving that. Prostitution's still illegal in America, so they can just use that. I've had the government in white collar cases, 100 million frauds, literally use a stamp to show an overt act on money laundering count. So you don't need weighty
speaking
evidence
of
to
an
prove
overt
these
act, Greg
elements.
Morse, you mentioned domestic abuse. You mentioned even if Cassie Ventura is believed by the jury, which I don't think they're going to do after that video, that it was all willing and consensual. When you get to the domestic violence and forcing her into the freak-offs, she states very clearly on the stand that employees of Sean Combs knew what was happening and enabled it. There's your loose confederation. Listen.
Combs' assistants were very aware of how Combs treated her, saw her injuries, and D-Rock, a security guard, was once brought to tears by her appearance after a beating. In addition to testimony, security guards took Cassie to a plastic surgeon for stitches. Combs' driver, Roger Bonds, once physically caught her as she tried to run from Combs and returned her to him.
So, Sydney Sumner, they were all in it together. The bodyguard chasing her down and physically making her come back to Sean Combs. Everybody that ordered baby oil, lighting, booked a room, called cleanup. Hey, let's see the video of cleanup coming after a freak-off at the Intercontinental. They didn't have just a trash bag. They have to have basically a dumpster. They're going down and cleaning out the room after a freak-off. They were all part of it, Sydney. That is the gang, the loose confederation.
Yes, Nancy. It seems like there were many, many people, whether or not unwittingly participating in setting up these freak-offs. Cassie testified earlier this morning that Combs was very, very secretive about these freak-offs with his staff. They even wore masks to conceal their identities. So Cassie says that, yes, assistants were involved in setting things up. They brought lighting, they brought baby oil, they followed whatever Combs' requests were up until the freak-off began. And from there, Combs kept it a secret. What happened in that hotel
what about
room?
it, Greg Morse? Greg Morse, do you wear a mask when you go to work because you don't want people to know it's you? No, because
But
you're
it's
not
not
doing anything
illegal if I did.
I hope.
It's not a crime if I did. It's not a crime if I did, though. So you
That's not even
consensually
my
have this
point, and
wild sex party. If so, well, I don't understand why you're
wild sex
conflating
party,
the domestic
Rob
violence
Shooter.
with the consensual sex party that she says. She literally says,
It's funny because, like, at first he was like more, I don't know, not like this, because then she insulted him big time. So now he's coming, when he comes back up now, he's got a little attitude. He's fighting back. But because she's like, did you hear her the first time he came on? I'm like, I used to respect you. You lost all respect. Like, what you're saying basically makes no sense. You just lost all the respect I have for you, or something like that. Oh my God.
I didn't tell
She had
anybody,
knots
and it was
on her
weird.
head.
I didn't want.
Rob Shooter,
That's
when you were
different.
hearing
Different.
this testimony, knowing Combs as you did as his former PR guru, do you believe it's possible?
I think that Diddy is guilty. I think this video changed everything. I'm in a group text with several people who have worked with Diddy throughout the years. And some people in that text, when this first started, a year and a half ago, we were hearing rumors. Some people that worked for him, not me, but some people still believed he was innocent until that video was released by CNN. That video has changed everything. And what I'm shocked about here, Nancy, is that Diddy is a very cautious, very controlling individual. The fact that video even exists is a miracle. Thank God it does exist. He tried to get rid of it. But the fact that he thought He was so above the law that he could attack somebody in a public hallway of a hotel and get away with it. Gives us an insight into who this man really is.
In the last hours, the judge warning the defense they've got till high noon tomorrow to finish the cross-exam of Cassie Ventura. Cassie Ventura considers suicide after what she lived through with Combs. Listen.
Cassie struggled with depression and suicidal thoughts after Combs. Even as she moved on with her now husband, Alex Fine, Combs continued to threaten her, demanding he be reimbursed for Cassie's training sessions with Fine. At one point, Combs cryptically wrote he had iPads full of skeletons, recordings of the freak-offs. Cassie says her husband stopped her from walking out of their home into busy traffic.
Straight out to Lynn Shaw, founder director at Lynn's Warriors. What technical legal term? A POS. Threatening her with, quote, iPads full of skeletons. She was on the brink of suicide after what she went through with Combs.
You know, Nancy, we see this time and time again. Listen, the public has to realize, and I'm going to go back to the justice system as well. These people are psychologically damaged. They've been groomed. They've been trapped. They're not in control. She went to rehab. She tried to clean herself up. Luckily, right now, she's got a supportive husband. You know, she's a mom. She's about to have her third baby. But here's the thing. Many of our victims and survivors that we speak to, they tell us this same exact playbook, this same exact story. They just can't handle it anymore. And they figure nobody believes them. Nobody wants to help them. The person with the power and the money, they're in control. And they say, you know what? It would just be a better place if I was gone. And there's also that element we have to remind everybody. They're embarrassed, believe it or not. And I'm tired of people who say to me, oh, why don't these people just kick and run away and go somewhere? Where are they going when somebody's holding this over their heads, these videos? And I want to point out, we still don't know, where are all these videos? Perhaps uploaded also to porn websites forever for people to look at? We don't know. All I know is this is the same playbook, psychologically damaged, and we should commend Cassie for coming forward for all victims, not just of Sean Combs, Dirty Diddy, but all of them watching right now are telling me they are traumatized listening to everything in this trial.
For what it's worth, Cassie Ventura, we believe you. We remember an American hero, Auxiliary Deputy Sonny Smith, Johnson County Sheriff's, Arkansas, shot and killed in the line of duty. 11 years with law enforcement. A U.S. Navy vet leaves behind grieving wife, Amy, children, Dakota, Charlie, Michaela, and Callie. American hero, Deputy Sonny Smith. Thank you to our guests, but especially to you for being with us tonight. Nancy Grace signing off. I'll see you tomorrow night, 6 and 9 o'clock sharp Eastern. And until then, good night, friend.
Okay, guys. Oh my gosh, how funny is she, though? She cracked me up on this one. All right, y'all. I am not gonna do a long outro, all saying. But now I feel, here's the thing, I feel bad to just end it because now a lot of times then you just expect it. And so then if I just end it, you might be like, wait, I wasn't done. I don't want to cut you off short because you're so used to me saying that. And then it's like 2 hours later. But I really want to do it. Oh, thanks, Geraldine. I want to get these calls because I don't know, who I have, or I know who I ordered, but I don't know what they are. So I want to see like what's what here. Yeah, because I feel like I have to go through and see what's that's because I want to be able to do a live tomorrow with them. So I just want to make sure I have it ready for tomorrow. That's all. Oh, thanks, sweet Melissa. If any of the Wade people are here, yeah, I got the calls. I hope they're good. right. Hey, KB. I cup you. Melissa Bex. Turning robot. What do you mean? Huh? I don't understand what you mean. Good night, Susan. True. Harley, I know you are. Five times. I know I have to. Why are we taking this party? Oh, where are we taking this party? You guys are cute. Oh, Alvin, what's up, girl? What's up, girl? A soul, thanks, mods. I'll sing. Casey, thank you guys. Geraldine, Marnie, original Lone Ranger, so good to see you. Did you let me see if you answered. Mainly local, not so much. Okay. Yeah, I miss ya. Thanks for stopping in. So you're obviously probably following this case then, the Diddy, right? I didn't get to nearly what I wanted to get to today because I wanted to actually play the AI opening and or I was about to say closing. It's all opening statements that they did AI, which is since there's no video, which is it was pretty good. But sorry, I feel like I started off like bad, and so everybody just I feel like if I would have started off like not with those confusing things that more people would have came, but if I would have done what I originally was gonna do, I always do that crap. I have something planned and then I change it because I'm like, oh, they might not like, I'll just change it. And I get like, oh, maybe they want this. And I change my original plan and then I regret it. Like, why didn't I just go with what I had planned? Like, oh, hope you're funny. But what do you mean turning robot? Is it because are you having like glitch problems? I don't understand why. I don't know what that means, turning robot though. What does that mean? Are you saying like my voice? Because sometimes like people their internet. Oh, is it my sounding weird because my AC is on? I turned on my AC. It was getting too hot. Or just yeah. I don't know. That's what I don't know. It's tough because I don't know how late I'll be up. So I don't know. I'll have Soul contact you. Coleslaw, yeah. Oh. I wonder if it's and do I sound echoey to anything else? To anybody else? I wonder if it's because of my air's on. But I've had my air on before. And some people are like, I don't notice anything. I notice it because I'm very peculiar. All right, bye guys. Hey, California chill. All right, bye guys. I'll see you tomorrow. And then I'll pick the winner tomorrow because tomorrow will be a Wade one. All right, bye guys. Oh, good. I'm glad you clarified that. Good. Wait, who said? Thanks, Chief. Marty. Oh my God. Oh yeah. Maybe I got loud. I don't know, Geraldine. I really don't. It depends on how late I'm up and what's in here. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'd like to do an earlier one, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be up late. It probably won't be too early. 6. I don't know though. I don't know. I'm like bad when it comes to like trying to predict it. All right, bye guys. Wait, what are you laughing at, Soul? Oh yeah, Marnie, that cracked me up too. That made me laugh. Oh my, is that a puke face? Oh, it's a okay. All right, bye guys.